And let me move back a little bit. I can't move back too far because of all these guitars behind me. But I want to go my guitar collection. A lot of people have been asking me, man, show us your guitars, man. Like, show you what? So look at this. I just have them all lined up. These are my 6-string guitars and stuff. So I think I took them all out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, there's a 12, 10. Well, so there's 10 instruments, but you know, I need to let you know these are the models, but I'll tell you in a second. Let me grab one thing. Don't leave. So there's a missing guitar, but I have it. Ron! Primitive Assembly. How's it going? So those are my guitars. This yellow guy? Oh yeah, sorry. Almost fell. This is my D'Angelico. So I'll show you in a minute all this stuff, guys. I'm gonna go through one guitar at a time. So, and I'll tell you the model number of all these guitars, because people have been asking me, what guitars you use? So, I'm using a ton of different guitars, but I don't use them all the time. It depends on the situation like this. Let me get this closed. So, for example, I have this 6-string guitar right here. It's made in England. It's not a common model, okay? It's made in 1999. Really great 6-string acoustic guitar. They're made in like the countryside of England. Okay, it's a Fildey custom-made guitar. I've had this for like 20 years. And the model is it's just a custom guitar. There's no name. The guy made it so I can use it over here in the weather that's kind of like hot and cold and all that stuff. So if you have any questions about the guitar, let me know. Oh yeah, thank you, Paul. PJ. So this is the 6-string guitar. You know, 6-string steel string, and I recorded one of my albums called Acoustic Invent Yours. You know, is recorded on this album here. Is all acoustic guitar. You can get this on my website. You know, you can listen to it on Spotify. Go to my Spotify, Ron Jackson. It's a really great sounding guitar for recording. Now, acoustic guitar should not be played with an amp anyway. So this is really a nice guitar. Made in England. They're spelled Fylde, Fylde. You know, they exist. They're not really big on social media, but they're a great guitar company. And they never show up to those things. Unfortunately, you know, I think they get more business. But you know, a lot of famous people play their stuff. So let me see. I'm just gonna look right now online and look at your comments right now too. Hold on. So let me go over here and show you my next guitar that's over here. So I'm gonna put this over here. I'm gonna go to my channel and make sure I see your comments. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm live. So here. So the next one, you've seen me play this recently. Okay, this is the everybody's like, wow, I love that guitar. This is from D'Angelico. Okay, so you know, on the last guitar I showed you, I used Tomastic strings, just in case you know what I use Tomastic strings on the guitar, but not these. I use these acoustic strings. So the last guitar I used, I showed you, I used Tomastic strings like you know, not these, you know, they make for guitars. Oh yeah, these are called plectrums. Okay, so I'm a Tomastic endorser, and I use plectrums. Now the plectrums are kind of cool. They're you know, they're nice strings. Also, they make interesting. Tomastic makes these flat wound strings, so they're really kind of cool. So you know, I deal with these guys too. You know, I use the George Benson strings on the 6-string guitar. But on this guitar, on this guitar right here, this D'Angelico. Let me take this thing out so you can see the neck. It's a really nice guitar. Top, see that? Okay. So you know, it has a Seymour Duncan pickup on it. I use a Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top for you guys. But I had D'Angelico put on the 6 strings of this. Ah, yes, piano wire, the man string I call it. Can't anymore without heavy strings. So these are great strings. They're like black tape. If you look carefully, there's black tape on them. See that? So they're really kind of cool. They have a great sound. Two metal strings, 3 tape wound, nylon tape metal strings, and these all 4 of these strings are nylon taped actually. On the 7th string, where I used it, I'm round wound. So I use flat wounds on my jazz guitar. So it's a great guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico in New York and Justin over there for having me as a D'Angelico artist. Also, everybody who's watching, if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe here. I have some cool content. I try to answer my fans' questions when I have time. I'm so busy with social media and gigs now, so it's getting a little crazy. But please subscribe to all my channels, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. I'm everywhere. Ron Jackson Music, okay? And these requests were actually the requests to see my guitars were from people from YouTube and TikTok and even Instagram. So I'm showing you these now. These are only my 6-string guitars because I play mostly 7-string these days. So let me put this up here away so I don't break this one. So that's my D'Angelico. It's a nice guitar. I'm hanging it up on the wall. I have like a rack for my guitars, so you can hang them. So this is another one I have. This is I'm a Cremona endorser, and if you guys want to get some great discounts, contact me. My email is Ron Jackson. You can email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. So this is a nice steel string. I haven't been using it recently. You get set up, it's not worth it. That's where the Cremona America's Cremona USA is. This is called a Cremona M20E. It's a really great steel string guitar, and you can plug it in. There's not much electronics. It has a volume and tone control right in here. Well, if you want to get a good deal, contact me by email, and I'll get you a good deal for the guitar. Actually, one of my patrons is purchasing a Varia guitar through me, so I'm like a guitar dealer. It has a volume and tone right here in the middle. I forget what this is made out of wood, but what wood this is made out of. But I'm going to show you. I'm going to put these on the. So I need to set up. There's a little buzzing up. It's not bad actually. So I have to get this set up a little bit. That's all, and I'll play it more. So this is a great guitar. I'm going to put it over here. So that's a Cremona. Would I want to sell that one? I don't know. You know what? I have like 4 or 5 steel string guitars. If you're really, do you want to sell it? Dovla wants me to sell it. Where do you live? It's not a cheap guitar, so it's not like a cheap guitar. It's like over $1,000, I think. So if you want to, possibly. Now this is a really cool guitar. I never use this guitar hardly either. It's a Fender 12 string, a Fender JG12CE/12 string. So I rarely use this This Fender 12 string. I just have it hanging on the wall, but I keep it. Here's my humidifiers. I learned this from one of my to Diadario. So this is a great method for humidifying your guitars. You basically take a Ziploc bag like this and just punch holes in it with a fork, put a sponge in there, and it humidifies the guitar. So I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, 12-string guitar is not hard, everybody. Just so you know, 12 string is basically like a 6-string. The strings are doubled. See, they're doubled. Okay? All the strings are doubled. Like these are octaves and not bad. So this is like someone gave me this like Planet Waves, I think, like humidifier. I replaced it with these things inside, sponges. So so that's how I humidify my guitars. And I have a humidifier too, so they don't like crack open, okay? So this is my 12 string. So that's my 4th guitar I'm showing you. And it has full EQ and everything, Is there a battery in this thing? Nope, I don't have a battery because I haven't been using it. So it's a great guitar, and I've rarely used it. But 20 years, I got this from a friend that when I was a really well-known guitar player in the 70s. His name was David Spinoza. He actually did a lot of recording sessions like he was playing with all kinds of people, like James Brown, and he did all. And I was doing a lot of Broadway, and I met him on someone recommended him to me, who was playing Broadway, and I was playing Broadway a lot at that time, so I was subbing for him. And he's one of these guys who knew how to play really well in the thing, like me, he's David Spinoza. Check him out; he's everywhere. And he's retired now, but he's a really great musician. So anyway, let me keep going. So this is another guitar. So I have a bunch of Cremonas. Hey, Shiva, I was asking me how old are these guitars. So I want to endorse this. So I'll tell you in a second. This maybe I'm not quite sure. It's between $200 and $600. That's not expensive for a guitar. It's a great straight up nylon string. It's a nice guitar. No. Teaching and practicing. I don't use it that much for gigs. It's not. But it's a really if you're interested. Yeah, that's a nice class. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, Dario. Dario sent me some recordings. Really nice guitar player, man. And he's trying to play jazz. So remember, everybody, to play jazz, you definitely need to, listen and study with a good teacher like myself. So just so you know. So this is pretty nice. So this is about 2 or 3 years old. I haven't had this that long. So the first guitar I showed you, this one. This guitar, this steel string, someone's asking me, I've had this for like 20 years. 2001. Okay. And this one, this handmade guitar, custom guitar from England, this Fidelity guitar I was telling you about earlier, this is from 1999, this guitar. So, I actually hit it against the door one day. It has a little gouge here, but that's just cosmetic. But this is really a workhorse guitar, man. I've had this on many records, recordings. A really great guitar. So, that's a great guitar if you want to consider it. They're hard to find, and they're expensive guitars. They're from England. So, really, really nice guitars. So here's another guitar. This is an Aria guitar. Okay, it's an Aria concert guitar AC80. I got this from Aria, in 1997 or something. Now I'm thinking about selling this guitar if anybody's interested. The thing is, this has this chronic problem here of there's this little tiny crack here, but it's superficial. I've always been trying to get it fixed, like a Guitar Center everywhere. They glue it, but it's nothing. It doesn't affect the guitar. It's kind of weird. It's on top, but that's about it. It's a nice guitar. This guitar's worth about $1,000. So it's funny, guys. So this is a AC80, completely acoustic guitar, and I've used this on my. I use this guitar on this album too. Some of the album. If you're watching and you're new, please subscribe, and please subscribe to all my channels at Ron Jackson Music. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, even my. So it's pretty nice. So that's my Aria guitar. So let me keep going through my collection here. It's getting okay, look at this. So this is called the Eastman. Okay. It's a really nice guitar. I just got this actually. This is brand new. I've had this since last year. Since the pandemic. Because I have a bunch. I have two archtop guitars that are 7-string, but I didn't have a guitar that was like this in a 6-string. So I teach a lot, online. I do a lot of videos online. A lot of people don't play 7-string, so I had to get this guitar. It's a really, really nice guitar, and I promised D'Angelico, the guitar you have I have up there, to show the guitars on video all the time now instead. Okay, so it's a really good guitar. I think this lists for like $2,000 or something. So this is a great guitar, and I've done some of my lessons, okay? So it's a great guitar. It has, I think these are Seymour Duncan pickups, volume, tone, 2 humbuckers, really nice guitar. So let me check out some of these questions. So send it to Ron Fernandez in California, but hey, I live in New York. I can't send it to Ron Fernandez. It'll cost me more money. No, but it's not bad. From Dario is that I've had it at the repair shop a couple of times. They paid money and they still can't fix this thing, so it's okay. It sounds like you care for these guitars. For these guitars are still in good condition and looks new. Thank you, Udian. Yeah, they're in good condition. I mean, I don't mess up my guitars. I have to play them for gigs. So all this I'm going to list after. I'll send you the links on my Amazon store after this. And just so you guys know, who's ever watching, this is a new announcement. I'm doing a workshop, a jazz workshop, coming up on July 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday. Come by and see come by and attend my workshop. This was on Lively, which is a site owned by a lot of great shop this past April for them. So I'm doing a follow-up, on demand, follow-up. So if you want to, learn some jazz, go to lively.com, LIVE workshop. You'll learn some cool jazz techniques. Okay? So that's on July 18th. So let me see. Oh. You should do an online live with Justin Sheetley's show. Sure. I love him. Yeah. Yeah, Dario, it's expensive postage. So let me show you my next guitar. So this one's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this a lot too. This is another Aria guitar I got from Aria. I knew the owner of Aria guitars. He was a Japanese guy named Shiro Arai. He passed away, I think. But he was a great guy, and I've been an endorser for them for years. So he gave me this guitar too. It's a really nice classical guitar. It's an AC80CE electric. So it's like the same model that we just saw with the cutaway. This has a cutaway. And it has electronics, Fishman electronics on there. You see that? So it's nice, and I use this one sometimes for recording. I still have a battery in it. So it's a really nice guitar. Gotta put this back in. Oh, there it is. Okay. So there's, you plug the guitar into here. Really nice guitar. I've had this for quite a while. And I've taken this, everywhere for gigs and stuff. So really nice guitar. These cost about, I don't know, at the time they were $1,000 at least, or $1,800, I forget. But these are nice guitars. I don't have really, really expensive guitars anymore. I used to have some Paul Reed Smiths that were like, it's not the guitar, it's how you play it. Remember that, everybody. It's your touch. You should be able to pick up any guitar, $100 guitar, and make it sound good. So and I don't use heavy. I don't use light strings. It depends on the guitar, but I use usually heavy strings. But I for example, I don't have any solid body guitars that are 6-string. Because I have 7-string ones. I have 2 of them. I'll show you that guitar collection in the next video. How many guitars did we go through so far? We went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guitars. So we have just a couple more before I finish up here. So here's another one from Cremona that I didn't show you. I have a couple of the nylon strings. So this is a Cremona Solos F65C, a different one than this one. So that's an S65C and this is an F65C. So these are 2 different kinds of guitars, everybody. From Cremona, completely nylon strings. I think one of these is like the difference. So I use this all the time for teaching and practicing. And I don't take it out much on gigs because there's no pickup. But look on this one. But look at this one. They have their Cremona USA KNA pickup. If you guys want to get a Cremona guitar, please email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and I can get you a great deal on these guitars. Better than a really great guitar for the price, and it's a nice nylon string guitar. Okay, with no cutaway. Yeah. And I've been to Bulgaria to their factory. I gotta actually post some of those photos again. Yeah, business is booming. I guess. You know what? That's a great comment. Someone says business is booming. I just have all these guitars because I collect them. People give me guitars. It's like, man, I don't have room for all these guitars actually. But one of these guitars I do want to get rid of if someone is interested. Now, my last instrument, guess what? Is this? It's a banjo made by Dean. I forget this. I don't know the model, but it's basically a banjo. And I'm like. I got like my little Guitar Joe. So it's like it's a 6-string guitar tuned up like a banjo. It's Sloppy Joe on guitar. So yeah, so really, so this actually is funny. I was on a gig, and the whole cover broke off. This came out of this thing here, you know. But I fixed it myself. You know, the repairman told me just try to fix it yourself, and I did. I was able to glue it back together. But it's actually pretty nice, this thing, for what it is. You know, it cost me a couple $100. I found it somewhere, like Guitar Center or something. So these are nice. If you have any questions, yeah, I did it with glue, and you know, and I glued things together. So if you need you know, look, if you want to join my my Patreon, actually, last time I did a YouTube live, someone joined my Patreon. You could just go to patreon.com and join me at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay, and also I use Hendrickson amps, and please share this code if you want to buy Hendrickson amp. You know, they're the small amps. I don't have them right here with me to show you because it's downstairs. But you can use my code Ron Jackson and save 5%. That's a lot of money for the amps because they're not cheap amps, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson Music at HendricksonAmps.com. Okay, and if you see like some of the instruments, you can go to my Amazon store, everybody, and use and just go to my store and just go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can check out my Amazon store. And one last thing, if you like my shave, go to my skullshaver.com and save 10% and use my code Rhythm. Okay, Father's Day is coming up, so you can get something for your father or for yourself. So you know, so that's my guitar collection, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad you you know, request. And you know, I want to list the guitars after. So if you want to pick them up at my Amazon store, or you know, you want to check them out, or you want to contact me, you know, I can put my contact information over there too. So I might want to get rid of one of these things. So thanks everybody for watching. Please share my videos, everybody. Subscribe if you don't already. You know, real content with no BS. So you know, I really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. There's a question here before I finish. Do you prefer tube amplifiers over transistor, or does that even matter? You know what's really funny? Someone just asked me, do I prefer tube amplifiers? That's actually, you know what? I prefer tubes, but you know what I just got? Everybody check them out. I got 2 Fender Tone Master amps. They are both actually transistor, but they sound exactly like tubes. So I've been using them at gigs, and they sound wonderful. So go check them out, okay? And you know, I used them on gigs recently. They sound great. They're great to record with, and they're half the weight of a Fender Twin Reverb one. And if you like the show, you know, I'm also taking donations here at the end. So just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Everything's Ron Jackson Music. Appreciate you guys, okay? And follow me everywhere and donate everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks a lot. It was really fun. And I got to show you my guitar collection. Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. One, two, three, four. Ha ha ha! Thank you, thank you. One of my favorite songs. Ron Jackson. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. And I'm actually gonna do a 10-minute warm-up right now. Just because I've been doing a lot of stuff today and I want to go live and put a little time into practicing. And just when I haven't touched the guitar all day. So for example, I like to start off with this diminished patterns that go across the neck like this. You can go up the neck like this every 3 frets. The same pattern. Every 3 frets, like a diminished pattern. That pattern, just that diminished on the first 4 strings, then going across. And doing this one. You can do this pattern now. You can start from here. Okay, and then I can actually go on the 6th string and do the same thing. This is all the same diminished form. Every 3 frets. Okay, and you can actually do diminished patterns too. See what I just did? This is just a warm-up. I haven't touched the guitar. So this is a really good warm-up with just chords diminished. Now I like to do the one on the first 4 strings and across. Okay, and the next 4 strings. And the next 4 strings. Okay, so this is and 6 to 3. Okay. Now you can see that these are all the same chord. If I do that one, it's all the same chord. I'm playing the same octave just so you know I'm playing the same form but on different strings. And it's a really good warm-up for your left hand, to loosen up, and get your left hand working. And chord thing is just to go across like this and then go like this, back and forth. I'm trying to do as fast as I can and slow too, and hold those chords nice and legato. Okay, and then you can go up 1 fret at a time. Getting one up so. This is tricky. This is a great warm-up exercise for your left hand. To get across those strings like that. Oh, so that's a really great exercise. See what I'm doing? Okay, that's really hard to do actually. Now, yeah, I'm just doing a little warm-up for you guys so you get just a short 10-minute warm-up. So that's really good. I did that for a couple of minutes. Now, like another thing I like to do is just tremolo. Like this. So that's a really good exercise. I've shown you this before. You get your picking. That's so slightly sharp, that string. Okay, I'm just going across the fingerboard like this. Across the string, excuse me. With my pick. Now I'm using the George Benson picking technique I told you guys about. I'm just doing a little warm-up. This is a good exercise. Just a tremolo exercise to loosen up your picking hand. And you can do little things like this. A little extra up, down, up across the strings. I mean, I would do it slow. I'm just trying to show you fast. So I'm doing 2 strings at a time. what I'm doing? And then you can do sweeping too. I'm going one direction, just 2 strings, for example. Now you can do up 2. So what I'm doing is upstroke and then down. I'm just concentrating on my right hand now. My picking hand in my case. Let me turn the heat down a little bit here. I'm burning up. Okay. Just turn it down a little bit. Now I'm back. So that's a warm up like that. I mean, you can do all kinds of possibilities too. 3 strings across. Whatever you can think of is good exercise. So, I mean, we did a little bit of warming up with my left hand, okay? So I did the chords with the diminished. So you can get those fingers real limber. I mean, another warm-up exercise I like to do sometimes is like the chromatic scale in position. So let's stay on the 5th fret. I can go up the scale. So this is the real chromatic scale. I mean, some people do the chromatic scale like this. They do it that way. Okay, you could do it that way. Position sometimes, because that doesn't make sense sometimes when you're improvising or playing a line. If you're going across like this with it, but it's a good warm up. You can do things like that, jump around the fingerboard. But I like to stay in position to do a warm up. See what I'm doing now? I'm going. Now you can do that a little bit slower than me. Just doing this a little bit faster because I'm trying to show you on video. Let me put this down a little bit. So you can actually go like this too. You can go real slow. You should be able to connect these on the same string. Every possible. That's a good exercise. Watch me. Up to the same thing. That's tricky. Try to make it sound connected. Really good warm up. I would do it slower than me though. To make it, you gotta make the stuff clean and slow. See, I'm trying to get to the next note and pivoting my finger. Connecting the note smoothly. I'm almost accenting the note going down and up. These are really, really basic warm-up exercises you could actually do. So, I mean, that was a 10-minute warm-up. There's all kinds of stuff you could do. But I didn't cover legato or anything like that yet. Hammer on some pull-offs. I did some alternate picking. I did some tremolo, some chords. You know, chords. I'm just messing around. But, you know, to get limber, so you can do your stuff. You know what I mean? I'm just getting warmed up to get limber, to be able to play my fast licks after and not feel like I'm, you know, completely stiff. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Keith. So this is just a warm-up, a very short video that I'm going to put up, just how you warm up. There's a lot of warm-up exercises you can do. I just did a few today. So I'll do another 10-minute warm-up in a couple of days, maybe tomorrow. And so you can watch this after in the playback. If you have any questions, please send them to me. And I'll see you guys very soon. I got to do something. Maneuvering. You know, I know it's the middle of the day for some people, and I'm gonna actually try to do best I can to make myself look decent in this thing. And I'm gonna go to my other computer and make sure that, you know, oh yeah, I'm live right now here, so I just want to make sure that people, you know, that I can see all the comments that are coming in and get going here. So, you know, I'm actually talking about playing melodies correctly today. And so please ask questions about that. Because people always say, let's try to stick to the subject today if we can about playing melodies. I'm trying to get all my little banners up here and stuff. So I'm just setting up. I'm going to be going live on Instagram too at Ron Jackson Music. And thank you everybody for you know, following me and being a subscriber here on YouTube. I appreciate you guys. You know, it's just been my you know, few well, actually since December when I really started posting more on YouTube, and it's actually been working out pretty good. So thank you very much, everybody. It's been really fun being on here, and I try to do lives every few days, just to you know, let me see. Oh, we're trying to fix the background here. So let me do that. At the same time, I'm gonna actually get my guitar and set up.
This is too wide.
So let me see. Oh my God. Let me see. Let me see. So let me go to I'm gonna go to my YouTube, my Instagram channel in a minute, everybody, and get this here. Well, I'm not. You know what? I'm talking about just being able to play melodies that people know, like jazz standards. So we'll get into that in a minute. Let me set up my Instagram channel too right now, and so I'm gonna do that real quick because I wanted to go on YouTube first to make sure that the camera looks good. Then I'm gonna set up my Instagram right now because I'm going live on there too. So hold on, let me do that really quick, everybody. When you're running two things at once. So let me do that. How's everybody doing otherwise? That's good. Send me, send me your questions as best I can. So let me go on Instagram right now and go live there too. So I promise to go live there. So let me do that right now. I'm going live. So let me, and then, it's a little different on Instagram because of the format. So I have to change the camera a little bit. I'm going live right now on Instagram. Let me move the camera back a little bit. On Instagram real quick. And hold on. Okay. And then let me do something here. So hey everybody, Instagram. I'm also doing a chord melody workshop here. So everybody, I'm going to play in a second, and I'll answer questions. Okay, and just to let you know on Instagram, the thing on Instagram that I'm doing with Instagram itself, and if you're enjoying the show, I have this thing. This is backwards for you guys. Sorry, guys. This is I accept badges if you like my show. So just take a look at this. You could just buy 1 or 2 or 3 badges for 99 cents, $1.99, $4.99. Okay, to help support my channel. And thank you everybody for my 25,000 followers on Instagram. So let me get my guitar out and get started here and stop talking. So I was setting up. I'm sorry guys on YouTube. So the background's a little weird on Instagram, but so one of the most important things to me is playing the melody correctly, and I'm like a real stickler, and to playing a melody, okay, and so especially with me playing the melody is the hardest thing to play, actually, I think, in a tune. So when I'm playing, it's really important, for me to play the melody. And does anybody know why? Because, the melody is the most important part of the song. That people, the melody, they'll be singing like Brown Eyed Girl or something. And if you're playing the melody and you messed it up, the person who's not even a musician at all will know you messed that up. You can be the best musician in the world. And if you mess up that melody, they're going to know it. So I'm telling you guys, the melody is the most important thing in a melody. I'm the most conscious about this thing. So it's a funny thing. Like everybody's worried about playing all these solos and fancy things on the guitar or any instrument, fancy improvisations. But you'd be surprised, guys who could play all that stuff and can't play the melody correctly. So that's really important, and that's really important to me because when I mess up a melody, I'm like, it really messes me up. Like, there's some days you still can't play those melodies right, and you can play all the changes and everything, but it's really important. Yeah, someone's asking questions right now. Carrie, someone on YouTube's asking about sweep picking. Go to my article, and there's an article I did, a whole guitar magazine. I might even have the issue here. Do I have it? Yeah, it's this issue. My sweep picking, that's my sweep picking article. Okay, there's George Benson on the cover. So I use sweep picking all the time. So go there and look at that article and read about it on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. You can actually go to their website and check it out, actually. Okay. So we're talking about melodies today and playing correct melodies. My student Yumir is up here, and he talked about the song called Misty. And Misty is a great song, and he didn't know there was lyrics to it. Help the phrasing of the melody of the guitar in general. But I don't go out of my way to listen to jazz singers. I should start. Yeah, it's very, very important if you're going to be playing a melody, everybody. I'm going to play in a second. Is to listen to singers sing the melody. But sometimes the problem is with singers, they start interpreting the melody their way, and they know what this, if they're singing the melody, the way the melody is supposed to be, like really, like like I don't want to say the real book because the old real book had melodies wrong. So just in case you guys use real books, get directly like the ones that have like the publishing, like I have this book right here. It's one of these pay for where they pay the royalties to the publishers. So they try to make sure the melody's accurate. And listen to like the great singers. One of the best people to listen to for straight melodies is Frank Sinatra. He sang the crap out of all those standards, man. And he was like perfect intonation. I mean, just a great singer. So listen to people like that for melodies. So let's get into this a little bit. So let's say you're playing let's take a song like Misty. Like I've been working on that melody for years. Okay, and now this is like not a this is like a much more complicated melody than a typical standard melody where they has half notes and whole notes, quarter notes. So a lot of standards have and bebop melodies have a lot more notes because in bebop they have more rhythms like eighth notes, 16th notes, 16-note triplets. Things like that. See those kind of melodies? It's hard to play simple actually. Play a simple melody and play it correctly. So, I mean, melodies come in all different types of forms, of course, Like one of the melodies I was working on recently, the song Autumn Leaves. Now, a lot of melodies have like a pattern. They go like let's say, Love Walked In. Now, that song, for example, Love Walked In, these are just basically arpeggios. So, I'm going to turn the bass up a little bit here. It's a little low. I hit the button by accident. So, it's just that. So, that's an arpeggio. So, those are arpeggios. But some melodies do these type of things, like Misty. Misty is like a real complicated one. A lot of arpeggios. So that's a tricky to play the melody correctly. Because what happens, I can play Love Walked In goes like this. Now, watch how many ways I can play that. Octave. See how many ways I can play that thing? See, I have to figure out the melody playing it that way. So that's really hard on the guitar because if you're playing melodies like different ways, I mean, there's so many ways to play the guitar melodies on the guitar that you can mess that melody up very easily because you're just trying to find the notes correctly. So I use just a one way, for example, so I know I play it correctly. Now, when you start transposing keys, that's a whole different story. So you got to be able to transpose these melodies into different keys, and it's very important to start working on these kind of things, everybody. So you play the melody correctly. Remember, it's not all leaves. That's like a scale pattern. So I try to find these things in melodies like that. See that? Yeah, you know what I mean of it. So I try to find these things in the melody. See what I did? It's kind of weird. It's kind of a weird scale pattern. You go up the scale, then you do a fourth. It sounds really cool though, doesn't it? Everybody knows that melody. See how I can play that scale pattern in different ways down the neck? That part is weird. That's the augmented chord there. Because it goes on the beat. And find the scale pattern. Like if I did an octave lower, works against the chord if you're a guitar player. So like when I'm playing the melody, I know that's on the A minor chord here. So that melody note is the C note against the A minor chord, which we call the flat third. So when you want to do chord melody, you're going to have to know how the chord, well, the note is in relationship to the chord. So we'll go like this. I'm playing my 7-string guitar, so that's a little more on the G major 7. And then becomes the major 7 of the C major 7. Becomes the flat 3 of the F minor 7, flat 5, F sharp minor 7, flat 5. Now on the B7, in the E minor 7. Now putting it on top of the chord. So what I did was I just did chord melody with the melody, but you should know how to play, always know how to play the melody separately, everybody. It's very important to do that. The Autumn Leaves melody, oh yeah, it sounds like that a little bit, Ymir. A little bit like that. If you have any questions, let me know. Sweep picking a lot actually when I'm playing, just in case. And it's very, it's really important to be able to play, to use sweep picking if you want to go fast. So but we're not talking about that today. We're talking about playing melodies. So let's say you're learning a melody. So you got to find different ways of playing the melody, and you got to see what the melody is against the, against the chord. And if you want to do chord melody on guitar, but the most important thing is like there's different kinds of melodies you should learn. Like for example, if I'm learning like a really like a ballad or a song that I want to learn, let's say. Have You Met Miss Jones? I'm just picking up any song right now. So, for example, you have to learn the melody straight and try to find the most accurate version of the melody written out. And if you can't read, you should learn. And I think guitar players are too dependent on tabs these days to learn. So I don't want to put guitar players down. But from a guitar player, they'll stop. It's true most of the time. So it's really important to try to learn notation, look at melodies from books like the real book like this. I'm just getting Have You Met Miss Jones out because I haven't played it in a while. And you know what? If I haven't played a melody in a while, I'm scared to play the melody. I'll play the song, always the most important part of the song. Then the improvisation. And a lot of the old school cats, if you mess up the melody, they'll be like, "Oh my God, you messed up the melody? Get out of here!" So you should be able to play the melody. Oh, let me see. Hello, all. Yeah. So look at this. So let's say that you're playing this song called Have You Met Miss Jones. So I would look at the melody and just look at it. See, I do it different there. My ear. I'm just reading this. Just reading that. So I'm reading the melody straight right now. I did it in time at the bridge. So it's very, very important to know how to play the melody straight, exactly as standard for everybody. You don't play it like the book. You don't play it like the book like this. You sound real stiff there. He looks stiff too. You see. You're gonna play the melody like this. You're gonna interpret the melody. Once you know the melody really well, you're gonna go swing it. See what I did? I just changed it up a little bit and interpreted it my way. So I like, that's what you have to do when you learn a melody. So look at that. I played it right here. So I'm playing it like in this register, but how many ways can I play it on the guitar? That's the problem with the guitar. You can play the melody so many different ways from your own band. So look at this. I can do it this way too. I'm going to read it this way. See what I did? I just played it like a different position and fingering on the guitar. So that's the hard part. That it can be you can you can just get lost by just playing the melody correctly. And you'd be surprised. Like I told everybody before, there's a lot of great players that they don't know the melodies as well as they should. And I've been guilty of that myself. And that's my roommate because I was so broke. And what happened was I used to go sit in with him in New York. He used to play at the Parker Meridian Hotel, the Parker Meridian was on 57th Street, like near Carnegie Hall. And he used to have a solo piano, and then I would mess up the melodies. Hey, Dario, I got your recording. Sounds good, man. I think you got my email back. So Dario sent me some, him playing. He sounds good. So I told him that. And so, yes, Dario saying you have to train your ears for intervals. Yes. In the key of F, for example, like Heavy Memphis Jones. I forgot to mention about key in the beginning. So you should know what key you're in, obviously, when you're playing the melody. Like I'm playing the key of, and Heavy Memphis Jones is just walking up the scale. See what I did? See what I did? So you got to be able to play that and know your intervals. But if you're going up the scale, it's all second, minor seconds and major seconds. Which is like on the guitar, one fret in between or two frets in between. Up the scale, you should be able to go up the scale on the same note. I'm in the key of F right now. You should be able to play your scales up and down the neck and across. And that's so many ways you can play actually all those scales, everybody, up and down the neck. And play your intervals. What's a good intro to reharmonizing a melody? Would that throw out people when you jam? Oh, jam session, Yumir. Someone's asked. He said, a good intro to reharmonizing a melody. I don't know if we want to get into reharmonizing a melody, but if you're in a band situation, it's really hard to reharmonize a melody when you're in a. I guess you could do things like you could do different types of things that are simpler, like maybe put a fourth under there, or different. Like second intervals, thirds. Actually, I'm doing 6. Sorry about that. I'm doing 6 right now. 6 are easy to play on the guitar. So that kind of stuff is easy, or fourths like that. Simple things like that you can do with a band. Now, when you get to melody reharmonization, I don't want to get to that yet because we want to make sure in this impromptu live workshop here, or lesson, whatever you call it, question and answer, that you know how to play the melody without all that other stuff, because that's hard enough to play the melody correctly. Okay. Yeah. The seconds sound really cool too, like this. Or things like, wow, that's a little too easy. You could do all kinds of weird things on the guitar. 7. I could do 7. 7 something really weird stuff. So that's a really weird sound too, isn't it, everybody? So I'm doing, I'm just trying to do, oh, sorry, he's running around in Ireland somewhere, so I have to get to Ireland one of these days. So let me look at some of these questions up here on Instagram, because I don't want to leave everybody out and wave some people here. Hold on, everybody. Let me wave to some people on Instagram. And everybody, just to remind you, let me make a few announcements if I can. Um, let me see. I have some announcements here. So, what was I going to say? Especially on YouTube, you could join my Patreon. The last live stream I had someone join my Patreon. You can learn a lot of cool stuff from me on my Patreon. You could just join it, and I offer lessons there from $3 and up. And if you just want to be a supporter, you could just just be a supporter for $1 a month and just support what I do in general. And on Instagram, I'll have to show you that in a minute. On Instagram, I have what's the word? And also, if you're enjoying what I'm doing on my live right now, everybody, you can donate. It's actually on my description. But if you want to donate $1 or more, you can just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. That's all Ron Jackson Music. Okay, just like all my channels, everything's Ron Jackson Music, everywhere. And also my Zelle at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, which is my email as well. If you want to contact me and ask me any questions, okay, on guitar. And now remember, jazz. You could be a great guitar player, but you have to really learn the language of jazz. Jazz is not like, it doesn't, you don't have to have Grant Green. And he never played with real fast chops or anything, but he had such a swing feel, and such a great feel for the music that he didn't need to have chops. So, that he's a great example of someone like that. So we're talking about, oh, thank you, Michael. It's kind of weird. There's a little distortion coming out of my guitar, but Michael says I have a beautiful tone on the guitar. Thank you. Okay, so let me see. I'm going to continue with learning melodies here. So another important thing is to learn, when you're learning work accurately, because who's going to know you mess up the melody? Can anybody guess? The audience. If you play a melody wrong, like it's my life, it's now or where to I. You play a song like that, any kind of crazy song. If you play a Bon Jovi song, you mess up the words and all kinds of stuff. Who's gonna know? The people watching you. And there could be like not a musician at all. There could be like a lawyer, walking in from his work, and he's like, man, he messed that song up, man. It don't care how good you are, you messed up the song, so they look at you badly already. So learn these songs correctly, and and practice them correctly. So I work on songs all the time. Voice, thank you, Howdy Doughty. I have an incredible voice. Thank you. I need to practice my singing, so that's another thing I need to practice. So let's talk about learning bebop melodies now. So that's another hard thing about the guitar, is learning bebop melodies. So we'll get into that. So I work on bebop melodies all the time, and then I forget them, and then I have to relearn them. So the hard thing about bebop melodies is that they're fast. There's a lot of notes. You got to find the right fingerings. So I've been working during the pandemic some melodies that I've always wanted to learn. Like, let's say, here's one of the songs I've been working in the pandemic, is like Moose to Mooch. So, that's a really great melody. And there's this one part of that melody I always go, wow, this is kind of weird. This one. I'm always trying to play that correctly. Work on it now. I had time, and even though I have time now, I still don't have enough time to practice. I'm always doing the social media stuff. But the thing is, you have to really work out these fingerings and practice these over and over and over until you get them. Because when you get on the gig and start to play them, it's a whole different story than when you're sitting home and practicing. So, I practice these slow and fast, and I had to figure out the fingering for this. Because you can play this, you can do it there, or there. That's the hard part about the guitar. You see that? See, I could do it right there, that melody, and it's a whole different fingering here. I could do it there. That's the hard. See, I could do it right there too. So you see how many ways you can play that on the guitar? That's the hard part of the guitar, especially playing bebop melodies. I need water. Let me get my water. So, so let me go. Let me get my water. I'm talking too much. So, that's the hard part of the guitar. Playing these, and you know what? I guess you should be able to be free enough to be able to switch the melody. You have to play the melody correctly, or you're on a recording. You have to just find one fingering. In my case, at least. See, that's all complicated when you start switching it all around. So think about it, everybody. When you're learning melodies, I'm sure you're thinking the same thing. Wow, which way is the best way to play these melodies? So I think it's all about your experience and your technique and your skill, and where you're most comfortable playing them. I always tell my students, because when you're on the easiest, so you can just get to it without messing it up. Because when you mess it up, there's gonna be a lot of people watching going, "Oh my God, you messed that up." There's a few of you guys there, but I don't usually go live on Instagram this time of day. Yeah, so let me see. Unbelievable Boys. Thank you, Dario. Dario, that's in the key of B flat. So if you're, and thanks for watching, everybody. I'm just going live to let people know how to perform a melody correctly. So when you're doing a bebop melody, try to find the right fingerings. Okay, before you learn chord melody, everybody. Let's say you play chord melody. I gotta close the door here. And say you're playing chord melody, and you want a chord melody, a song. Before you do a chord melody, you should always. Oh wow, Matt says, "Hi y'all from Southwest Colorado. 4 years in the jazz band, high school. Now 35 now. Lots of luck." You know what? I have a student out there, Matt, who's studying recently. I helped him get into the University of Denver College, playing bass. So he's one of my students. He plays bass and guitar. A great guy named Chris. He might be watching, but he might be in school, might be sleeping right now. So one of the most important things about chord melody and playing melodies correctly is know how to play the melody without the chords first, and the chords without the melody. So like if I'm playing a melody like, let's say we did Love Walked In. Before I play that melody with the chord. So now I have to find how you play the chords under that melody. So this melody is basically just a bunch of arpeggios. So this is like an F major arpeggio, starting on the third, then going from the fifth to the third, then to the fifth, to the root, third, to the fifth again, then I'm going to the G7, which is a third here, to the root of the C7. So now I can do my chord melody. I can kind of do like thirds. So, some people do that. So that's a great technique to be able to harmonize every note of the melody with a chord under it. So all I did was just arpeggios. Arpeggio. G7. Like that. So, but the most important thing that students need to learn, or anybody doing chord melodies, you have to know how to play the melody separately first, and play the crap out of that first, and play it, play that well, interpret it well. Then do the chord melody after that. So let's say. So that's There Will Never Be Another You. I've been playing this for a long time. So now that I know the melody, you can go. So what I did was I have my own chord arrangement for that, but I've been working on that for years. And so you have to know how to play that melody separately first, and then put it drilling. John's asking, I'm currently drilling triads, chord tones, and practicing improvisation, but it hardly sounds musical at all. Is this something that all students deal with at the beginning of learning music theory? Yes, John. So when you're learning how to do these chord melodies and all, and you're learning all these drills with triads, you should actually try to put it in an arrangement. Actually, that's probably the best thing for you to do. So I would suggest like taking a melody, like let's say like There Will Never Be Another You, and using those techniques to play and do an arrangement, because that's how you actually make these things sound musical. To get that together. I know it's frustrating, but you have to actually deploying your technique and putting it right into a musical context. So just put it like, let's say you're working on thirds. I'm just doing thirds right now, trying to do simples. See what I do, John? When you're doing this kind of technique too, everybody, like I'm doing all thirds right now, you got to be a third, and your note's going to change depending on the chord you're doing. So I went like this. Now I'm on a D7, D flat dominant 7. So I know that takes a Lydian dominant scale. See what I did? So I just did all thirds. Now if you took a melody and did that, John, it would sound great. I was just messing around trying to find the right notes. But if you deploy that kind of thinking and you're playing and maybe I had a question. How do you play a chord melody while including the 7th low A string? So I'm using my 7-string guitar here. So that's a great question. Yumi is one of my students for a long time. If you want to study with me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, it's you can contact me on my website, no problem. And I just want to let everybody know that. And also, let me see if I can find this thing for you. You might not be able to see this correctly. But if you go to my website, I sell my lessons, about these kind of techniques at www.ronjacksonmusic. String, it's kind of weird to do it that way, Ymir. Like I use the 7th string all the time. I did was, you know, I never did anything with that 7-string like that before. Everybody, with the with my student Yumir asked me how I would play the chord melody with the 7-string arrangements because I need to put them on my Patreon account because I have some people who want to study Patreon now for 6-string guitar, but I need to put more 7-string guitar arrangements. So that's a great idea, Yumir, to be able to take the 7th string and do a chord melody like this. See how I throw that 7th string in there? It's a lot of work. I have to think. So there's a lot of work, but it's a really great question. Let me see. How many standards will you have to say you know? Learn every standard you possibly can. I mean, I know a lot of songs actually, but the thing is to keep up with all these songs to memorize them. Not only, so the most important thing is learn as many songs as you can, but make sure you learn them well and you know them well, each one of those songs, okay, Shiva? Oh, yeah, thank you, Yumir. It sounds good with the 7th string on the bottom. I'm going to write, actually, you know, more arrangements for you guys, you know, to put on my website for, you know, I sell my arrangements for like, get some arrangements like this. I already have a bunch like Autumn Leaves and a bunch of other ones up there. I'm going to be putting a couple of originals too up there. So, yeah, it adds so much depth to the sound with the 7th string. Of course, the 7th string song like, I'm going to write this out. 7th string. It's one of my arrangements. 7th string arrangement. So those are one of my arrangements. I have a bunch of things to do that I'm still behind on lives. On 7th string, excuse me. But I have a version of that on 6th string. So it's basically the same arrangement. Let me get my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for my new XL1. You know. So if you like my guitar, D'Angelico guitar, you can go to my. I'm going to show you more stuff, guys. For everybody who's watching. Oh, too many things here. Anyway, Angelico guitar on my Amazon store there, and on Instagram it's Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and for YouTube it's that, okay. And you can pick up one of these XL ones there. I don't think it's this color up there. I have like a blue one on my store. Grab it quick because one of my students wants to get one. So if I'm doing a song like Time After Time on 6th string guitar with that arrangement, so we're talking about melodies and chord melodies, and make sure you know how to play the melody. So now I have a chord arrangement for that. So this is different now. I have to adjust my fingering now. It's not 7th string. So what I did was I just played a 6-string version of the arrangement. So in my case, since I'm a 7-string player, do twice as much work. And sometimes when I'm playing the 6-string, I have this thing called missing strings syndrome. I'm trying to hit a low note and it's not there, so I miss because I'm thinking, oh man, I have to adjust. So it takes me a while. I can still play 6-string, but and I have to just to be able to play the 6-string again, because I'm so used to playing the 7-string and the extra string. And what's really hard is playing melodies correctly on each instrument now, because the skipping is different. You're used to playing a certain width of the neck. So it took me a while actually to learn how to read on both instruments. I'm a pretty good reader. The 7-string, excuse me. It was hard for me to read on this thing, to like read melody notes. But in 8-9 years I've been playing 7-string. So one of the best things that happened to me is like in 2000, I started playing in 2012, and I got a guitar. And what happened was I actually was subbing on a Broadway show. Electric guitar, classical steel string, but I didn't have a 6-string solid body guitar, so I had a 7-string solid body guitar. So I had to bring that guitar in, because the guy would take his guitar out when he left the show, like a 7-string solid body, and then I had to play 7-string guitar. But when I was playing the 7-string guitar, I didn't play the 7th string. I had to play this first 6-string because it was a 6-string guitar part. So what's good about 7-string is you can play 6-string guitar parts, no problem, but you guys can't play 7-string guitar parts because you don't have the 7th string. So that's the advantage about the 7-string. It's really cool. So there's some questions here. Message restricted. Okay, someone's saying restrict your messages. So it adds some depth to sound. The beef you. So let me see, everybody. There's a bunch of people on Instagram too. I'm sorry, I don't want to ignore everybody. So if there's any questions on Instagram, let me know, and I'll answer them. I'm going to be finishing up soon. Someone wants to go live with me here. Who's that? Oh yeah, thank you everybody. So thank you everybody for watching on Instagram. And I just want to let you guys know, lovely guitar, thank you. Thank you everybody. Gorgeous sound, thank you. You have to be really good to memorize all these notes and tune, and it's not a general arrangement. Yeah. So when you know what, there's so much stuff involved with playing jazz, everybody, that there's a lot of stuff to memorize. Someone just mentioned that London Fender Giza said that. So thank you. And I'll let you guys know on Instagram, if you're watching and you're enjoying the show, and also on here on YouTube, if you're enjoying the show, please donate $1 or more to Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and on Instagram, I have these things called badges. You can buy a badge if you're enjoying the show. Right on my Instagram page, and Instagram tells me to tell you guys that so you can help support my page. And it's 99 cents to buy one badge or 2 badges for $2, and 3 badges for $5 if you want to help support my channel. Thank you. Let me see. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, so you can join my Patreon, everybody, as well, at Ron Jackson Music. It's www.patreon.com at Ron Jackson Music. And also, guys, I sell these Henriksen amps. So people are wanting to know about what amp I use. So let me take this off for a second so I can show you. Before I finish up, I have a few announcements. So I have this Henriksen amp, everybody. And everybody loves this amp. It's a small amp. It's like a great amp for gigging. It has mic and guitar input, full volume, 2 channels with reverb and everything. And I'm a amp code. So if you want to use that, go to henriksenamps.com. Some of you guys can't read this correctly. You can use the code Ron Jackson on Instagram as well. Okay, use my code Ron Jackson, and you could actually save 5% on the amps, okay, like this. And they're great amps. They only weigh 13 pounds, and they're 9 by 9 inches. And and they only and it has 120. If I'm struggling to get on the subway, I just take this on there. I can put a vocalist with me. It sounds great, So you can save with my code Ron Jackson over there. And what else? A couple more announcements. I'm trying to find all this stuff for you. For you on Instagram, you know, if you want my arrangements and stuff like that, you can't see this. You guys can see this. It's you just go to my over there and print out all these arrangements, and they're cheap. You know, they start like $1.49 actually, and you can't really see that I think on on YouTube. You can pick up all my arrangements and music and lessons over there. So thank you everybody. You can watch the playback after this. There's a lot of things I talked about today, and you know the going live lessons, but you know I try to do my best for you guys. And yeah, what's your favorite brand of guitar? Jam Smith is asking me what my favorite guitar is, and it's actually right now it's been D'Angelico. Look at this. Look at this guitar. I don't make 6-string guitars, but these are really great guitars. Look at this. It's a really nice guitar. So I mean, I like to thank them for giving me this guitar. So, and you know, I really like Benedetto's. Expensive. So, so I'm trying to work out a deal with them to get a guitar, a 7-string guitar though, just so you know. So I don't need another 6-string guitar. So I have this. I'm using my D'Angelico, the top of the line D'Angelico, but I want to get a Benedetto eventually on 7-string. But I really love this Eastman guitar as well. For 7-string, this is a really a carved wood guitar. So it's a great guitar too. So everybody, thank you very much. So please follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. If you're not subscribing on YouTube, subscribe please. You know, go to my store. You know, help me out. Pick up some music. If you want to donate, go to Ron Jackson Music. And thanks a lot, everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Right now. Okay, we'll talk. We'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hey, everybody. Chuck, can you make sure the camera's wow, it's really good. It's really good. Wow. Yeah, it's play guitar. So in rock they choose a little B, but in jazz they choose a low A. You heard of a guy named George Bennett? He was a 7-string jazz guitarist. He was the godfather of the modern 7-string jazz guitar. He was a 7-string jazz guitar. Yeah, this is jazz. Yeah, it's a low A. this off. Get started. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Good? Yeah, we like rowdy crowds, and I'm always thinking this is Cafe Street, but it's Baba Camp. No, I don't know how they got the name, but I like it. Oh, it's a Motley Crue song. Oh, okay. Yeah, so everybody, just so you know, this said I'm live streaming to my YouTube channel, Facebook channel, and LinkedIn channel. It's all follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere, everybody. Ron Jackson Music, I'm live. So you guys are live right now, so make sure you sound rowdy into the music. We're gonna do a song. Don't ask what that means, we're gonna play that song. Michelle? GoPro? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Thank Jose. Thank you. Thank you. So I found my way over here to San Jose. didn't know the way I use the GPS actually. But thank you guys for coming out. Really appreciate it. Great crowd tonight. Thank you. And there was a blue book going around, not a black book, a blue book. If you want to sign up to my email list, it's right over there. Oh, you have it. Oh yeah, you try to keep it. So hand that around. And if you have any nice comments to make, we'll post them on my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. Again, let's give a big hand for these wonderful musicians. We're going to play Brian's song after this. It'll be a quick on drums. All the way from San Jose. I heard Dan plays guitar, and he's one of my fans too. Thank you. And, you know, my guitar teacher, who got me playing the 7-string guitar here, Bucky Pitcher. He was one of the first people I knew that passed away from COVID, actually, right at the beginning of the pandemic. And he was the guy that got me this guitar. So maybe I'll bring it down and play a song for you. I don't know if you have that song, guys, called "This Is Mine." Do you have that? So this is a song I dedicated to Bucky. This is the song that got me to pick up one of my vinyls. This is the most popular item that I sell, actually. The vinyl has made a comeback. So this is on this album, among other songs that we're playing tonight. So this is called "This Is Mine."
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I'm going to bring it up a little bit to get a little funky for you. Uh-oh. Anybody here from Texas? Okay, that's good. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. You know what? One of my other mentors on guitar, Melvin Sparks, who passed away in 2011, and he produced one of my albums, some of the funky songs you hear tonight. And this song is another song dedicated to him, because he was from Houston, and this is called the Texas Shuffle. Woo! Uh-oh. You can dance to this one if you want. What track is it? So that's a new tune. We're going to be recording a few tunes tomorrow in the studio for my new album with these wonderful musicians featuring Hammond organ players. Yeah! So the gentlemen you hear, definitely one of my Jazz Guitar Heroes t-shirts here. Can anybody guess all the names up there? The 6 and 7 string Jazz Guitar Hero shirts. Who can name the 7 string Jazz Guitar Heroes? Can anybody raise their hand? Oh, this guy. Uh-oh. Okay. Who got the trapdoor? The 7 string Jazz Guitar Heroes.
Pizzarelli.
Yes.
Harrison?
Who?
Benson.
No. 6 strings. 7 string guitar hero. 7 string.
Oh, wow. Not Benson? All right.
No, which one is the?
Pizzarelli.
Yes.
The
great one they got.
Who's the second guy?
I don't know him.
Howard. Is it Howard? I can't see.
Yeah, Howard.
Howard Alden.
All right.
Who's the third guy?
George.
Van Epps.
Wow, okay.
George Van Epps, the godfather of 7 string guitar. The Alvin Jones. Okay, nobody else? Okay. Who's the next guy? John Pizzarelli. Lenny Bro, who's from the West Lanes. The last one. Ron S.J. from the West Coast. And Ron Jackson too. Yay! So I'll play another song of mine on this album, on my new album. And this song is dedicated to a friend of mine actually who had commissioned the song. He actually passed away from aphasia last year in April. And you know what aphasia is? Does anybody know what that is? You know Bruce Willis, this actor? He had to stop acting because he has a disease. I think it's related to Parkinson's. But anyway, this song is called Roundabout. Thank you very much. Let's give a big hand for these wonderful musicians again. Oh, yeah, yeah. So we have a request, my friend, my great friend Malachi. Yay, give him a hand. He's a great guitar player. What do you look?
Turlock, California.
Turlock? Where the hell is that? But he lost his way. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a great song. You're gonna have to guess what the song is, but this is off my new album too. You know, most of the songs tonight are on my new album, but this is a song that you might recognize. See if you can guess what it is, okay? Let me tune my guitar real quick. I have a lot of strings to tune here, so. Yep. Remember your band, but I'm curious. Study this. A 1, 2, 3, 4. the name of it? Anybody guess the name of that song? Oh, it's a Brandy. That's like, I love that too. You know, it's really funny. I grew up, so this album, Standards of My Song, this album right here, I grew up listening to a lot of these songs and I made them into pop, jazz to pop song. So after this, if you want to pick one up, I'll sign a copy for you. And again, let's give a big hand for this wonderful band. Mr. Brian Moore on the hammer organ. Yeah, but one time Brian is a discount artist, he said to him. So, and we have Miss Sylvia Quentin on the drums. Over from Manila Bay, my name is Rob Jackson on the 7th-string guitar. Thank you for coming out again. And this is going to be a jam session right after this. Yeah, so we'll do one more for you, and then we'll have the jam session come up. Maybe we'll have Malachi and Morrissey, and these are some of my students over here. And friends. Yeah, give them a hand. They drove 2.5 hours to see me play a beat for you guys. You guys drove a long ways to me? Oh, yeah. Okay. So let's do it. Thank you, everybody. Uh, Thanks for coming out. I really appreciate you. I'll be back here probably in about 6 months. But thank you for coming out to San Jose. And seeing you. So we're gonna be playing tomorrow night in San Francisco. If you want to come by. So come by and talk to us. And I'll be doing a workshop if you want to on jazz improv and Berkeley if you want to come by. I think these guys. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I chewed off my hand. Sorry about that. Okay, back to it. You're a guitar player, no? Sorry, I turned the amp off before. Sorry about that. You say bye. I gotta say, still live stream. Cable with the cable. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh yeah. Hey everybody, thank you. Ron Jackson. And if you don't subscribe to me, please subscribe to me. I'll have a lot of live streams and have a great night. Okay, goodbye. be streaming to 2 different platforms. Let's see how it looks. Ooh, I don't look too bad. Hey everybody on YouTube, it's Ron Jackson. I'm muted here so I can take questions. And I want to go live as well on Instagram. Let me put this on. Yes. So, how's everybody doing? I'm just, live right now. Things like that. I want to go live right now on Instagram too in a second. Just making sure everything is adjusted correctly. If you have any questions or anything, hey Matt, it's good to see you, man. I'm doing good. I'm gonna play a little bit for you guys. I've been studying myself on guitar. Last Sunday, I'm gonna be taking more lessons. Come in. Any questions? Send them to me. I'm gonna go live right now on Instagram as well. To get started, let me go live on Instagram too. So let me do a song right now because it could happen to you. Okay, welcome everybody. Oh, let me see. Oh, there's a bunch of questions here on YouTube and some comments. Funny. And what's your favorite jazz album of all time? Oh man, I can't decide that. What's your biggest influence in playing jazz? I play psychedelic pop garage band. That's from Matt. And my favorite jazz musician is Chet Baker. Man, I have so many favorite jazz musicians I can't keep up with them actually. You know, some George, my favorite too. You know. So let me just see what's going on here. I'm just trying to see what Herb Apple's a great trumpet player. Yeah, he's great. He has a jazz club out in California too, I heard. So an awesome bass for jazz is precision bass with tape wound strings. Yeah, this is a tape wound string guitar here. So thank you for watching, and thank you, LH. Gotta love some West Montgomery. Yeah, LH says that. Let me see what's going on here on the Instagrams. I'm also broadcasting to you guys, and I just want to let you guys know on Instagram. Thank you for watching, everybody. Just to let you know, Instagram, that Instagram wants me to let you know that that you can buy a badge from me to help support my channel, and they're encouraging me to do that. So this is actually probably backwards on YouTube, but you don't need it for YouTube. So if you'd like to donate a badge or more to me, to help support me and my channel, just you know, buy a badge off your Instagram page, for 1 or 2 or 3 hearts, and that would be great. Okay, I'd like to thank everybody who attended my jazz improv workshop this past weekend. How lively! You know, I had a great turnout. If there's any, how many strings does that have? It has. So this is a 7-string guitar. Charleston. Umir's talking about Charleston, huh? Thank you. Umir's one of my students. He mentioned that. So yeah, my guitar has 7 strings. Yeze 1. And we wave some people now on Instagram and say hi to those guys. And thank you for watching, Instagram. Let me see who else is. If there's any other questions, if you want to send me a question too on Instagram, let me know. So I'm just waving to some people here. Thank you for watching. I've said it's nice that he varies a little, I believe, but yes, I think he hybrid picking during the chords. Yes, I'm doing hybrid picking, everybody. I know how to do a little bit of everything on the guitar. Hybrid picking, finger picking. It just depends what context I'm playing. When I'm playing jazz, I usually do hybrid picking. Is this hybrid picking just getting into the guitar? Yeah. So hybrid picking that on Instagram. So hybrid picking is a combination of picking and using your fingers, holding a pick with your hand. So let me show you right now. I'm just waving to some people right now on Instagram, and then when I get to it right now. So here we go. So here's hybrid picking. Well, a lot of people are watching on Instagram. Watch this. So when I'm actually walking a bass line, everybody, watch this. When I'm walking the bass line, I'm using my pick. So I'm using my first. Well, I'm actually using the middle finger and the ring finger, they call it, the little finger, and I mix them up. Now I can do the same thing with just a pick if I want to. I can do it with my pick too. It's just a little harder to actually execute. So I kind of mix it up. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm actually trying to just execute my lines and my chords when I'm playing like that. So if I'm taking a solo, like I'm doing, if I'm playing a solo and I'm accompanying myself, I'll do something like this. So I'll do what I'm doing right now is like when I start walking the bass lines or something like that, I'll start throwing in like my pick and my fingers. They have to mute the strings a little bit so they don't ring. So that's what takes a lot of work too. With my both hands actually, with my picking hand and my fretting hand, I have to go. I'm kind of muting the strings with my palm here. It just sounds a little muted actually because I'm trying to mute the string. See, I'm doing heavy picking now. And I'll do sometimes I'll do tapping too as well. Like I'll walk the bass line and go like this. So I'm using a tapping and I'll do all kinds of percussive things that I used to practice now comes out naturally in my playing. So yeah, those are some cool things. Let me see. Some people are asking questions here on YouTube now. Hey, so Zoris, well, what a name. Hello, my Mr. Jackson. I cannot play over more difficult changes. How can I improve? Please help me. So Zoris, to be able to play over more difficult changes, you got to practice over difficult changes and try to work out your lines over these changes. So you just got to do trial and error and try to figure out the. I bet you, man, if you knows how to play an Oscar Peterson tune. Well, Oscar Peterson. Thank you, Eric. Oscar Peterson did a lot of standards, so I probably played one of his standards. Are flat wash strings hard to bend? I heard they are. No, that's not true. I have flat wash strings here. So Matt's Goalkeeping, that's an interesting name. I can bend these strings. These are 14s, everybody, so you know. And I actually bend these strings. Bend these strings. So I'm bending these strings. You know what the problem is when you bend the strings on these kind of guitars, you have to like, now I have to tune the thing. So they get a little out too. Bend 14 on top strings. But yeah, you can bend the flat wounds. So what's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord around the fingerboard? What's the best way to learn different chord positions of the same chord on the fingerboard? So you should learn all your. So let's say you have to know all your C chords like this. I'm on my 7-string guitar, so give me kind of. That's my Eastman 7 AR C10 S7 string, but I'm gonna get my D'Angelico XL1 out. You know, when I switch from 6 to 7 string, you gotta know. You know, every student. There's some students who learn how to play guitar with me, jazz guitar, and they don't know their open strings. So you gotta know all your open string chords, everybody. And you get them from playing the cage systems like this. Here's a C chord here, a C chord like this, as a bar chord. Looks like an A form open. These all come from your open string chords, everybody. Then like this. Okay, which is your G string open, G chords open, and then form like this on the end. This form, cage form, which is actually your, looks like a D chord on this fret. And then this form, which is like the C chord open. So once you know all these forms, you have to make them into minor, diminished, and augmented triads. So you learn how to change them. See what I did? I made a voicings basically. And then you can do diminished. Now it gets a little tricky here. So you're gonna go. Now you can't really do diminished here, so I'm gonna have to do it here. Diminished, see? Now like this. See that? I'm making these diminished now. So you have to be able to practice your chords like that, also augmented. And here. Chords. So those are the three basic chord forms that are built on chords in general. You get all your fancy chords with all these different augmented, diminished, and major. Any questions here now on Instagram? And thank you everybody for watching. I just want to make a few announcements, everybody. It's my birthday coming up, so I want to let you guys know on my website, RyanJacksonMusic.com, you can get my you can get everything 25% off of my website. Use code HBD at RyanJacksonMusic.com and save 20% on everything. My book, this is right? Yep. My book, everything, you know. So this is what it looks like. Go to my website to celebrate my birthday this week, please. And you can use code HBD, and there you can get my stuff off 20% off my website. That big one out there. Yeah. Thank you. So look, and here's my book. If you want to pick up my book, it's about chord voicings, everybody. Right here. You can get my book there as well. Chords at Your Fingertips. I've been selling a lot of these books on Instagram. I don't know what's causing it. Sorry, guys. So anyway, let me go back to playing a little bit, everybody, and answer your questions. Okay, hold on. So Rick Meck, I mean, blues and stuff like that. A lot of people do songs like let me see. I have a post on TikTok, on Instagram, and on YouTube about easy tunes to learn on guitar. You know, so you can learn things like minor swing by Django Reinhardt. Blues like blues in B flat, like Sunny Moon for Two. So that's called Sunny Moon for Two in blues in B flat. Okay. Like. So I mean that's another tune. Any kind of jazz blues, C jam blues, anything like that. Another song that they say is easy, but it's not really easy. I don't think. It's Killer Joe. I mean, those are some easy jazz songs. You can look it up on the internet. Just look up easy jazz tunes to learn. Oh, let me see. I think the K system is the best for note memorizing. Good. Thank you, Zoris. I have a question, Master. Thank you. How should I study block chord patterns? Okay, for block chords, everybody, you should really know all your inversions of the block chords. Okay, you know, block chords are basically drop twos, or we call them in the magazine I write for, called Acoustic Guitar. We call them closed voicings, basically. And those are the easiest ones to play on the guitar, like a form that comes from the K system. Like, let's say a C major 7 like this. So you should be able to know all your inversions first of all your chords up and down the neck like this. All three adjacent strings like this. Major 2. Okay? then minor if you have to. See? And then, of course, diminish like this. See, your augmented, of course, and everything. And then you should know. So this is a C major 7. So, like you have to do it on adjacent strings too. Watch this. See what I'm doing? And then you could do it as you could do C major 7 and then C minor 7. But you have to be able to do it on each 4-string set, and then you can start putting other drop kind of voicings eventually. So those are the things you have to work on with your drop 2s and diminished. And I'm also trying not to avoid people on Instagram here. I'm having a poor connection on Instagram. I don't know what's going on here. I hope it gets better. So anyway, I think it's my phone because it's a 5G phone or something. No, it's not that. Maybe it's the Wi-Fi. Anyway, so Zoris, you're thinking about what? Playing the guitar. Oh, in multiple ways without having to count out every string. So everybody, the Charleston rhythm. Okay, you may have had a joke with Charleston rhythm. So everybody memorizing chords on the guitar or anything on your instruments, but particularly guitar, just see the pattern. And of course, you should know the notes and the intervals. You should be able to say them out loud. But when you're playing, you're actually just it's all mechanical. Play as best you can, everything. And in practice it and work it out when you're actually, on a gig or, playing with other people, etc. You just got to go execute just like that. And so, just practice. So let me see. So you don't have to count every string and use repetition and motor skills like that. Let me see. Someone has some question here. A little believe. Yes, I have hybrid pick. Okay, someone's actually what I'm playing. See if there's any more questions on Instagram coming up right here. Nope. So far, there's a lot of people who are watching though. So let me look here. So on Instagram. So just so you guys know, I make these announcements all the time. If you like a nice close shave, like I have, and you have this kind of hairstyle, I'm a skull shaver. You can save 10% on skullshaver.com. It's kind of funny. I have to do this. Use my code RonGuitar, and you save 10% off anything there for women and men's razors. Me at skullshaver.com. RonGuitar and Ron Guitar, okay? This changes every time because my code expires. But I'm also going to announce my Henriksen. Oh, yes, it's backwards on YouTube? Really? Let me see. Is this okay now? Oh, that's okay now. Sorry about that, YouTube. It's weird. It's backwards on YouTube, but it should be this on YouTube, too. So it's Ron Guitar. Now, you've been playing... Now, Chris has a question. Hey, Ron, I've been playing guitar for 2.5 years, and my ultimate goal is to be able to be a great improviser. Me too. So what are some things that I should work on eventually to get there? Well, first you have to practice a lot. Learn solos, of course, too. You have to learn tunes. I would get a good teacher to help you. So with the great Mike Stern recently. And, and he showed me a lot of good stuff. And I've had a lot of great teachers over the years. Pat Martino, Bucky Pizzarelli, Rodney Jones. So you have to study with teachers. They'll tell you what to work on. They'll see what you can't see these things by just like by practicing by yourself with on YouTube. Looking at me talk to you right now is like I have a student that wants to study with me, and he so if you want to take lessons, let me know, okay? And I'll help. And I practice all the time, especially when I don't practice as much as I like to, but I need to practice. That's how you get better, okay? And get one of my books or CDs that I have. Use my code and you save money. Go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you can pick up my book, Chords at Your Fingertips. And you can go buy my CDs. I have like about 8 out, but not all of them on my website. Already in the Midwest there, so you can see what's going on my website. So just go there. You can pick up my book CDs. I have more book CDs and books and stuff there. Picks, all kinds of stuff. use code HBD to save 20% on my website. Okay, now let me keep talking. Before we keep talking here, let me play something here. Someone's talking about Barry Harris. Can you talk? You know what? Django is good. Yeah. Now someone's talking about the Barry Harris diminished to minor 6. Okay, so that diminished 6 to minor 6 progression comes from the melodic minor scale, the jazz melodic minor scale. What we call it the minor bebop scale goes like this. This comes from the major scale, and I actually have a video on YouTube about this already, a whole lesson. So go back and look at it. Osgoshan. There's a whole video about it, so I don't want to explain it in this live stream when I have a whole video about it. But it's basically taking the minor bebop 5 and 6 like this. Now you have to practice that everywhere too. That's a major scale with a passing tone between the 5 and 6. That's the 5, which is attention, passing tone. And you harmonize it in minor now. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to play that for you. But the thing is now you have to do the triads with that. So it starts off with a then after minutes, okay, and then C minor 6, second inversion, and then A flat diminished, then C minor 6, third inversion, and then B diminished. Oh, sorry. Oh, shit. This is tricky. So then you have to be able to do all the adjacent strings. So that's the diminished to minor 6. So minor 6 is diminished. That's that's actually the melodic minor bebop scale, or the jazz minor bebop scale they call it. They go. It's the same thing as major. Jazz, the 7th and 6th are raised, down and up, okay, or up and down. In classical, you do this. In jazz, you keep it the same, okay. To be able to play them on all the adjacent strings. So, for example, if I'm playing on the 6th string, it's much harder. I gotta think about this. Wow. So I just did the melodic minor bebop scale harmonized in chords. Okay, you can do it in triads too. This is hard now. Oh. Uh-oh. Getting lost here. So, yeah, so that's really tricky. So when you practice this, you got to learn how to admit it, actually, everybody, because I answer a lot of questions. I have to get going, but thank you for watching. So you got to learn how to play all these progressions and all these jazz things that I showed you. And practice these things. I need to practice these things still. But when I'm playing, I'm just playing. When I'm practicing things I don't know or need to review. So again, everybody, if you enjoyed the show on Instagram, please send me a badge. If you can read this, okay. One badge, they give me, you can get $1 on Instagram, okay. And if you enjoyed this on YouTube, you know, you can always donate to my Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal at Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and everybody, if you're okay, and you could actually save 20%. It's my birthday sale. Okay, you can save 20%. My code HBD and save 20% on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Someone has a request for. Let me see something here. Let me go down here. If you want to donate, you know, for anything that I've done today, please go to. Okay, so let me show you something right now. Someone said play Medication. I'll play a little bit of it. Yeah! Yay! So that was called Meditation for Rocky Shane. And thank everybody for watching. And you know, and I hope to see you guys here soon on YouTube and Instagram. And thank you for watching. And let me say bye to everybody here. There's a lot of people that joined. And let me see. And hey man, thank lessons even some master guitar players and everybody. It's hard to execute this stuff just like that. You got to practice, you know. And it's like, you know, and I'm actually talking and, you know, live, and it's actually hard. I really appreciate you guys because, you know, this is really hard to do. Imagine you talking on live to everybody on YouTube, who's ever watching you, on Instagram, both places I'm doing that, and then they're asking you a question. You have to be able to play this stuff. And it's not easy to play this stuff because I play with, you know, I take lessons from masters, and it's hard to execute this stuff, especially when you're on camera live, you know. And I can't see this too well. Yeah. So what's happening is, you know, I have to really be, you know, I have to be really on it, and it's still not easy. I'm trying to talk and play and explain things to you guys. So I really appreciate all your patience, and please follow me everywhere. Please tell your friends to follow me. I appreciate it. Watch my videos. A lot of these videos, there's a lot of lessons on my YouTube channel, and you can learn this stuff already, okay? And so I'll be doing some more videos soon and posting them. And also join my Patreon too, if you enjoy that. It's only $3 a month for like one lesson a month. And I post at least once a week. Recently I've been getting busy, so I've been posting once a week and putting posts up in general. It goes up to like 600, or I forget how much a month, but you know, pretty expensive, but you get real mentorship, you know. And there's some people who want to study like that. So, you know, join my Patreon. You know, there's some other things here that I have. I'm called the Henriksen amp. If you want to save 5% on this amp, they're kind of expensive, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson at henriksenamps.com, okay, and save 5%. And use my code Ron Jackson. Share that code with everybody, because it's a permanent code. I've sold a lot of amps for them recently using this code. So please, you know, share it and use it yourself. You can get anything on their website. They make the best small guitar amps, man. And you know, and they're really powerful, and you could actually use them on gigs, and you know, even with a band, and it sounds loud if you can't carry a huge amp with you sometime. Okay, so check them out, everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, and thanks a lot. I want to say bye, and we'll see you guys soon. Bye, everybody. Instagram. gonna be a little different today because I don't have my screen on YouTube the same like I usually do. It's gonna be kind of a weird background, but it's okay. And I'm gonna be doing something a little different on Instagram. I'm gonna be playing a little bit closer because people like watching me closer. So if you have any questions, please ask them. You know, what's up, everybody on YouTube? How's it going? And I've been hey, everybody from Chicago. Hey, actually, I want to put a word out to everybody through Instagram and YouTube. You know, and I get a lot more engagement on YouTube for some reason. Just so you know, and just letting you know, everybody who's watching me in the States, if you know, I'm going to be doing a tour next year in March. Okay, and you can send me a message if you want at ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. I'm doing a tour in March, and I'm already booking dates next year, March and April, and I'm already going to be playing in Wisconsin and in okay. I'm putting the word out there because you'd be surprised. In Chicago, okay, in that area, you know, Illinois, anywhere. Let me just say, hey, Jazz Story. Is that John's Story? How's it going? I love your playing over there, you know, for acoustic guitar. So you know what? I mean, someone already asked me about arpeggios on guitar. So if you practice arpeggios, you can practice in so many different ways. So you know, I'm taking questions today for you guys on Instagram. Just to let you know, everybody on Instagram, to ask you page, and I appreciate it. You know, I'll give you. I need to do that too. So let me stop talking, and I'll play you something right now. Oh, someone's asking to do polka dots and moonbeams. I haven't done that in a while. Let me try that. Okay. Oh wow. Hey, thank you for the badge on this. Lower so you can see me better. Thank you. Who was that? Let me see. Let me see the badge. Thank you, Mando. Mix this. Thank you for buying the badge for me to help support my channel here on Instagram. I appreciate you. Some questions here on YouTube. Love you. Try to keep up with that bass string on the middle of your rhythm playing. Yeah, it's hard, man. It's hard to play with that 7th string. Just so you guys know. And I haven't been playing much. I've been doing a lot of work like booking and just other stuff that has nothing to do with music. And it's kind of a drag. I'm doing a lot of stuff with social media, and it's like not easy, guys. And let me say hi to John. John's a great guitar player out of LA. I'm planning to go back over there in that area next year to perform with my band, unless I get something else, of course. Let me see some of the questions here. Do you ever play with distortion? Yes, I do. Actually, it's really funny. I actually had a recording. The Fool on a Hill is asking me on Instagram if I've ever played with distortion. Yes, I do play with distortion. Actually, my pedals are hidden back here, but yes, I have a distortion pedal and all kinds of pedals. Look, I'll show you. I mean, I have one lying over here right now, like a Boss compressor pedal, and I use and I have a bunch of pedals. Demoing them last week, and I had to do a filming with a friend of mine. We're doing like a film for like a grant we got that's going to be shown all over the country. His name is Greg Lewis Organ Monk. Just in case you guys don't know him. And we're going to have this film that's going to be released all over the country. So check it out. It's a great band. It's all original music. It's all about. It's called The Breathe Suite. It's about all the people that were black people of color that were killed by the police. It's sweet that he got a grant for all these different angles, camera angles from the top of the organ on the Leslie, all kinds of stuff. I need to get a noise gate pedal. Actually, a lot of my pedals are from Seymour Duncan. Just in case you guys don't know, let me show you this. Let me show you my pedal board, guys. And let me show you what it looks like, guys. Request, on Instagram, someone asked what's my favorite song key, but if you like my requests on YouTube, you can actually give me a donation if you like at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. You're welcome. And Polka Dots and Movements is one of my favorite ballads. So if you like to donate, because you can't, I'm actually transmitting. So go to Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal if you enjoyed that. Let me show you my pedals real quick, everybody. It's in my bag here. I use a pedal train pedal board here. See this? And take a lot of the pedals I got from Seymour Duncan. And Seymour Duncan's one of my endorsers, everybody. So they actually have great, board, everybody. Take a look at this. Oh, let me put this down. So this is what I used for my session the other day. Everybody, take a look at these pedals. So these are great pedals, everybody. We'll talk more about other things. So look, I have this is a pickup booster. Look at that. Then I have the Palladium, which is a gain stage. It's amazing. I use that on this filming. Then I have the Dirty D distortion. This is all Seymour Duncan pedals right here. And these were like, you know, I'm an endorser for them, so they here. So I love using the Boss Octaver, you know, and look at that, yeah, okay. And then I use a volume pedal. Yeah, how's it going? And then I have the Dark Sun. I use the delay function of this. It's a reverb and delay, but I like to use the reverb on my amp actually, which is my Fender Tone Master amp back here, okay. It's a great amp, and I use the delay function. Now I'm working on using the loop pedal, you know, the Boss loop pedal. It's a great thing, and I like using this thing. It's a tremolo, so you can make it sound like a helicopter, the guitar, all kinds of cool things. And this is a Catalina, which is basically a chorus pedal. Oh, these are really cool pedals, guys. So I do use effects sometimes, you know. Usually when I'm doing my jazz stuff, I play clean because, you know, I like to play clean. And also, I like to use the amp effects. I like to use my Fender Deluxe Reverb with the vibrato. The vibrato sounds really great on this amp. Okay, so let me get back to playing a little bit. So these are the pedals, guys. Check them out. Go support Seymour Duncan. They're a great company. I use all their pickups on all my guitars and their pedals. And Seymour is actually a good friend of mine. He's a really cool dude. He's actually from Jersey. But he does well, that guy. Really great guy. Really great guy. And, you know, and I have the Seymour Benedetto pickup. They make them for Benedetto guitars, but they're licensed. So Benedetto actually supposedly pays for the pedal, for that stuff. Okay. So now, let me continue. Let me ask some questions. Play Red House from Jimmy. Red House, that's a blues, isn't it? See if I can do that. The other very affordable amps that you can recommend for amps I've been using recently are the Fender Tone Masters. They're like the Fender Twin Reverb, or you know, they're like the tube amps, but they simulate the tubes. And they're great amps. I just bought a couple of them, but they're expensive. They're like $1,000, you know, list approximately. You can get them on sale at Guitar Center sometime if you go to the store directly. And that's what I'm using right now. And I changed the pickup. I use Celestion. I endorse Celestion speakers, so I changed all my speakers in the amps because these amps cannot handle, you know, the power of the amp. So these speakers are here are Celestion creambacks, but I got the Celestion Neo 250, which is I almost thought I blew that out the other day on this recording, but I was using distortion with Octaver, which is kind of crazy, and I didn't realize it. But anyway, yo Ron, yo John, what's going on? Great to see you, John. So let me say hi. Let me say something. Look at these comments now on YouTube too. I've been playing since I was a kid. Someone's asking about the whole tone scale, everybody. So let me get back to talking. And if I use whole tone, I like doing these. I do this a lot in whole tone. So here's a whole tone scale. That's a great question. Half step below each, like I'm doing a play up the scale like this. Then you could go like this in arpeggio. Now you can mix them up going backwards and forwards. You could go. And it's kind of easy to play. The whole tone is arpeggios like this. You know, I'm using like a sweep picking when I'm doing that. It's really great for, you know, for playing cool licks that sound really cool, hip, but they're not like really hard to play. See what I'm doing? So I'm doing whole tone likes like that, but also like I like doing like that, or like this with chromatics in between. They're easy to play on the guitar because they're like symmetrical. See that? And I could do this. I like this whole tone like chord like this shape, and I go down and hold it. now, everybody. Actually, so you know, I like to practice these things. Okay. So that's a great question. I forgot. I'm sorry I couldn't see who actually asked that question, but I love using whole tone. Now let me see. There's a question up here that someone was asking me. What's my favorite song key? So you know, my favorite song key just really depends, everybody. So when I'm playing a song, you know, the guitar, it's great to have those open strings. So sometimes I like to use the key of D or A. You have all the open strings. Someone's asking about George Benson, so I'll get to you in a minute. So I have those open strings because I like to use harmonics a lot too. So you can play A. I like the D, key of D, because of E is a good key too. Harmonics with open string chords, you know, keys like E, A, and I like the open string harmonic. You can do things like that with the harmonic. You can do really cool things with harmonics with open strings too, like that, okay? So I like exploring different things like that. I wish I had more time to practice in general, to work on this stuff. So, but thank you everybody for watching on YouTube. Is it very normal and apparent on acoustic? Yeah. You're right. Yeah, so let me answer some questions here on Instagram too now. You know, a bunch of people have been getting bored because sometimes people just want to hear. Thank you. I'm trying my best, Larry. Larry the bass. I sound great. I'm trying. You know what? I didn't touch the guitar yesterday. I was doing so much. And I'd like to thank Max. Thank you all. My student, Umir, is watching. And Umir switched to 7-string guitar because of me. I'm proud of him. You guys know, if you're in the New York area, tomorrow night I'm playing in Harlem, New York. Okay? So if you're watching, come to Harlem. It's for free gig tomorrow night with a singer named Hanka. And it's going to be a great band, you know, guitar trio with a vocalist. So come by if you're in New York. Okay? And it starts from 7 to 11 p.m. It's Patrick's Place. Okay? And it's on 51st Street and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. So you can find me on YouTube, you know, on Instagram. And you just find it. You can find me everywhere. You can find out where I'm playing tomorrow night. And for people who are watching in the Midwest, let me know some clubs. Send me a message. Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com or anybody out there. And I want to know, you know, I need some venues to play out in Iowa, in Wisconsin, Kansas. I'm playing in that area next year. So bring me out there if you know of any places, okay? Let me answer some questions here. Oh, hi, Charmaine. Charmaine Music is watching. Thank you. A bunch of people are watching on and off here on Instagram. I appreciate you guys. And let me answer. What's a great ballad lines on, for example, on Still that song right now? So if I'm gonna be doing lines with Stella. I'll do minor 2/5 lines like this. These are 2/5 licks. Now I'll play up the scale. Arpeggios. Now that was a minor 2/5 lick, everybody. The G7. Now I could do whole tone. People do a lot of whole tone here. I like this lick. That's a whole tone lick. C minor. Now I could use on the A flat 7 on the this. Okay, so I was just doing a little bit of Stella because someone was asking about that. So thank you for answering that question, William Kaufman. So let me continue now. I'm gonna answer some more questions on Instagram. I mean on YouTube because I've been neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Now, if you guys are enjoying this show on Instagram, just so you know, um, you can donate actually to my badges because Instagram is asking me to let you guys know about my badges to help support me. So you can donate to my badges. Someone already bought a badge. I thank them a lot. You can buy a badge for a 99. And on YouTube, you can just donate if you want to PayPal at Ron Jackson Music, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. Okay, at Ron Jackson Music, and or Ron Jackson Guitar, either one. Okay, thank you guys. So let me see. Let me answer some questions now on YouTube because I'm neglecting you guys. I'm sorry. Let me go now to live chat and see what some people are saying. Amazing. Thank you. How can I? When I'm improvising on circle and fifths. It usually is through a song with circle of fifths. Okay, so I'll go like this. So I mean, there's different ways to practice that lick. I mean, I have a bunch of licks for the circle of fifth type of thing. So if I'm playing a reharmonization on rhythm changes, which is I got rhythm, it's like I got rhythm. That one is going from the F sharp dominant. It's a turnaround, we call it. It goes to circle of fifths, F sharp to B, to E, to A, to D, to G, to C, to B flat. So I like to use a lick like this. I have different kind of licks that worked out. So that's a lick. I like this one too. So those are licks I worked out. They're actually cycle licks that I like to work on. So you got to practice these things yourself. Just do like an F sharp. So I mean, I use that a lot. I'll go. They have to end somewhere too, these cycle of fifth licks, okay? So you can practice them like symmetrically like this. etc. So I'm just practicing them 2 different keys and trying to get them under my fingers without thinking about it. Okay. Let's see if you can play the bebop. What's that? What's that? Let me see. Someone's testing me now. Let's hear you play. If you can play bebop head at 240 with a metronome set at 30. What's that? Okay, cancel. That's a great question. Someone's asking me some crazy questions about bebop playing with a metronome at these weird intervals and stuff like that. Maybe I could do it. Maybe not. But remember, I'll tell you a story, guys. So I was, when I was at Berkeley, I saw a workshop with Joe Pass. I was actually watching some videos with him last night, and people would ask him the craziest questions, like, "Could you play giant steps?" Like to be doing like that kind of crazy stuff. Like this guy was just asking me. I don't know who this guy's name is. Well, you know what he said to everybody, and I have the same answer. I don't have anything to prove to anybody. So he said that he said that to everybody. He just said, I don't have anything to prove, guys. And I can play whatever. It doesn't make a difference. So I'll show you things I can do, and there's things I can't do, and I admit it. And just so you guys know that Joe Pass was an incredible guitar player, but people play 370 or whatever. He would just go whatever. So he has nothing to prove. So I have nothing to prove. Why are you guys watching me then? If I have nothing, if I have something to prove, you guys obviously like what I'm doing. So so anyway, whatever. So I'll answer your questions if I can. Now so that was a good question. Let me answer this question. Reza, what's the difference between half diminished 6 chord and a half diminished chord, which is called actually minor 7 flat 5, are the same exact chord? Now, there's a real pain in the butt, these chords. I still have a problem with them because there's so many ways you could think about them. So E minor 7 flat 5 or E half diminished is the same as a G minor 6 chord. Different inversion. Okay? So these are all the same chord. This is G minor 6 or E minor 7 flat 5. It's just an inversion. Okay. Watch it. So these are all the inversions on the 5th string root. I'm playing a 7 string guitar, so you guys know. So you should know you should know all of these, okay? All your 6th string roots, 5th string roots, okay? All your inversions. Question. Let me see. What's the best patch chords for use? I don't know what that means. What are the best patch chords or passing chords? Is that what you mean? Now, how do you understand how to combine the chords? That's a good question. When you combine chords, I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but so that means I'm passing chords. I don't know what you guys. I don't know why. This book, they said on Instagram. I mean on YouTube. Sorry. So look at this. This is a great book. If you want to learn how to sight read, take a look at this. It's a great book for sight reading on the guitar. It just teaches you all the positions, teaches you how to play positions, all the scales and everything. But the thing is, everybody, more than music out of this book, you need to get just read everything. Read bass clef, read violin music, read flute music, read all kinds of stuff to get into sight reading. Okay, because that's how you really get into sight reading is by just sight reading. I think I lost you guys on YouTube for everybody. Everybody got off, but now they're coming back on again. So so just practice. Let me see if I can show you. I just read sight reading books, anything, and I try to read stuff. Don't read like all the jazz riffs. I have all these fake books. You can try to read like bass clef. Try to read bass clef. Slash chords. Just try to read anything you can, everybody. This is Doors by these crazy chords you can try to read. And these are good exercises. A lot of these books have great things to read. We just learn by ear. Someone just made a comment. Can you learn by ear? Yeah, you should learn by ear too. Both. Guitar players always are like, I'll tell you everybody, this is real. What happens if you put some music in front of a guitar player? Well-rounded as a guitar player, I think. You should be able to read. You should have good ears. You should be able to read tabs. I don't like reading tabs. Actually, I read tabs worse than everything. You should be a well-rounded guitar player in general, especially if you want to become a pro guitar player. Oh, you're welcome. So let me stop talking for a minute. Yeah, great. Let me play another song right now for you guys. Ymir's there. How you doing, Ymir? He's on YouTube too. My guitar student Ymir is on YouTube and on Instagram watching me. Transition from blues to jazz and jazzy songs. You know how you transition? Start playing jazz. That's all. Learn easy jazz songs. I have some videos on YouTube music and teaches you some, tells you some basic songs. Learn some blues jazz songs, for example, like this. So that's blues, jazz blues. We make it more complicated, Hey, oh, yeah. Whatever you, some chordal voicings. I can see chordal voicings. Yeah, great. So I was just playing those in fours. That's very, easy to play on guitar. So, great question, everybody. So I'm going to go on for a little bit longer. And, I thank you for all the questions and great, and stuff like that. Let me see what else there is, what other YouTube right now. And let me keep play slash chords, okay? So I saw some slash chords in here. Slash chords are basically like 2 chords over 1, okay? Right here. Endangered Species, song. Yeah, let me look. Look at these slash chords. Now, so like someone says G over A. Okay, then the next chord is A over B. So that means with an A in the bass. Now an A over a B is an A triad. It could be any triad with a B in the bass. Now, to me, look at this. G over major 7 flat. Okay, now that's weird. Now, what kind of chord is that? So those are slash chords. Now that chord, to me, is almost like I try to translate this to something else when it's a slash chord, so I can make it easier for me to play. So in the bass is really more like a B, a half diminished scale, or a B minor 7 flat 5. Maybe he wanted that chord like that for the sound, but to me, if I was playing over it, I would play just like a B low octave scale. So here, so when there's a G over A, then how do you play suspended chord? So I'll use E Dorn. A B over A, or it's a dominant scale. Okay, a B dominant. So that's can be scary looking even for me. Because the chord on top could be just like just a bass note. So I'm doing that can be difficult too, or something crazy. So that's even more difficult, and that happens actually. That exists too as well. So that's a great question. Let me see if there's any questions actually on Instagram. Now, thank everybody, for all the questions. And please share my page at Ron Jackson Music. I appreciate you guys. I'm almost at 28,000 subscribers now on YouTube. And I'm still at below 25,000 on Instagram, unfortunately, still. So, so please share my page. And if, I'm letting you guys know I'm going to be touring the Midwest in March. So I'd like to know if there's any venues I can play at in Kansas, if you're in that area, Wisconsin, Iowa. I'm working on that today. In the next couple of weeks, I'm starting to book a tour of the Midwest and going west into Hawaii. I already have 4 dates on my tour next year, so keep an eye. Just so you guys know, if you enjoy what I'm doing, also, I have a gig coming up this weekend, and also I have a workshop, a jazz improv workshop, but it's on July 18th. Go to lively.com, okay, and I'm doing a workshop that's, my first workshop went really well, so we're doing another one on July 18th. So you can go to my website and check that out too, okay, and you can it transmits all over the world, so 2 p.m. on World attending that. Oh, cool. You're going to be in Los Angeles? Great. I'll be in Los Angeles in January. If the NAMM show is happening, which I think it will, okay, I'll be there I did my tour last year of California. I didn't play in LA, but I played in Northern California. But if you need me to come play in your area, Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. You got that? Ron at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? So, if you're enjoying this, also I'm having a gig tomorrow night in this New York City place tomorrow night, Saturday, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's free. Okay? You just have to eat and drink something, though, of course. Okay? So if there's any questions, let me know. I'm going to play you one more song. I'm getting tired now. I'm getting tired and hungry. So I appreciate you guys watching and supporting my page. If you're enjoying this, also you can donate $1 or more on my at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, and backwards for Instagram. Or you can just give me a badge on Instagram if you'd like. Okay. Thank you. NAMM. I'm going to NAMM. Yeah, I go to NAMM every year. That's how I got all this gear. I have a lot of endorsers from going to NAMM. Okay. We're there with. Oh, cool. Great. That's great. Oh, someone's doing a 50-city tour. Wow, that's amazing. So let me play one more song, everybody, before I finish up. I couldn't answer everybody's questions. Let me see what other questions there are. I'm trying to answer everybody's questions. But let me see if there's any other ones that I missed. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Jimi Hendrix never learned sight reading. Yeah. Oh, that's a great thing. Anonymous. I love Jimi Hendrix. You know what? I'm not knocking people who don't read, actually. I'm just saying, it doesn't hurt you. It doesn't hurt you to learn how to read. But Eddie Van Halen was one of my heroes, too, and he didn't read either. So I don't knock people who can't read, because if you can play, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm trying to say. As long as you can play your instrument, I'm not knocking people who can't read. I'm just thinking, I think that people who don't read have this thing about not reading, and I don't have anything against that. I learned how to, I didn't learn how to read till later myself in New York. So I think it's important to know how to read if you can. But some people can't read too. So nothing wrong with that. There's some great players out there like Steve Vai. He's like a monster reader and a monster writer, and it's good to know everything. And I know how to play with my ears too, and all kinds of stuff too. So it's important to know how to do everything. That's all. Let me see. Let me play everybody, and then I gotta go get some lunch. I'm getting hungry from doing this. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I went live for you, and it was really fun. And let me just play you one more song. Let me see. Whoa! What's the strangest technique I've ever learned? Oh, that's a funny question. I don't know, actually. Strangest technique? I don't know if I learned any strange techniques, but maybe I did today when I was playing. But thank you, everybody, for watching. That's a good question, but I don't know. So, thank you for watching. Please follow me everywhere. And, we'll talk soon, everybody. And I appreciate you guys, following me and subscribing and everything. And I hope you learned some new things today. I tried to answer questions I could. I got a lot of questions happening all the time, and I'm trying to talk and play. So, imagine you trying. I'll see you guys very soon, okay? Have a great day. Send me an email if you know what you want me to come in your neighborhood, ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. And I appreciate you guys, too. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Let me say bye-bye to YouTube first. You're welcome. You don't have to call me Mr. Jackson. Just call me Ron. I was late. Oh, sorry. No problem, man. Thank you, everybody. Wow. I'm doing like an impromptu video on how to practice and how I practice. You can see me practice and how I warm up, what I usually do. Trying to get the background good. I'm going to go live now and on Instagram. So everybody live when I'm practicing a little bit, so you can see how I actually practice and what I do. Now, what's interesting is lives, and I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just performing for you, but you never see me practicing, just playing. And everybody should know this. I'm always I'm trying to make sure I practice things I don't know how to do at all. I play. This is a 7-string guitar. I'm still learning how to use the 7th string, which is the lowest. The 7th string is like really to add it to my playing. One thing I like to practice when I start warming up. Try to incorporate it in arpeggios. So this is like a practice session. Me practicing, actually. I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was trying to touch it earlier. I got up like around 9:30. I was doing all kinds of business and whatever. That's what happens when you're a musician. So, I wanted to do something really different for a lot of everybody. I'm streaming to my TikTok fans, YouTube, and Instagram, and I have a lot of fans on everything now. I just got past 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that, you guys. On YouTube, I'm going to be doing longer videos. This is going to be a longer video, so you can watch the playback about this. And if you have any questions, please send me some questions, okay? Can you play Minor Swing by Django Reinhardt? Already someone asked me a question. Could you do the hardest skill you know? See, that's some TikTok people for me. I mean, I usually play drum lessons recently to help my timing, and I don't have an old one. So I'll usually warm up and do a little tremolo like this with my pick. You see that? Just get warmed up. My arm's kind of stiff right now, believe it or not. So I'll do the tremolo warm up with the dynamics. Play it soft, loud, fast as possible. This is a warm up. Because remember, this is my practice session. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Someone say, yo, can I play the hardest scale I know? Ooh. Do I know any hard scales? All the scales are hard, I think. So this is just warming up my right hand, my picking hand, everybody. Now I'm playing the 7th string. Now you notice I'm actually sideways kind of picking. like this. If you look carefully, my pick is not straight, so I'm going like this. So when I'm playing, you can only do that on flat wound strings. So my guitar has flat wound strings, my 7 string, okay? All 6 strings except for the low A. I tune to low A's, E, E, A. So there is a wound string. So I can't go sideways on that when I'm picking. I have to go straight. So I have to adjust. You hear the difference? You hear the difference? I use different kinds of picks, everybody, just so you know. I have these Jim Dunlop picks. Also, I use these Pick World picks. They're like this, so you can see that. Okay, Delrin. It's a little heavier than I'm used to, but these are pretty heavy picks, actually. These are really good. When I'm warming up, so that's one warm-up I do. The tremolo warm-up, and I actually have on my TikTok for people on TikTok, and actually on it's also on my Instagram and my YouTube. That's one warm-up I do, and then I do this exercise I learned from Steve Vai. Like when he was in college, he used to write for Berkeley, for Guitar Player magazine. When I was in college, I stole this warm-up. So it's with your left hand. So I'm just practicing. I'm warming up and practicing for you guys. This is just a warm-up. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise. But what happens is I'll do it on the 7th string because I have my 7th string because I want to practice the 7th string as much as possible. I'll go, and then I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, 1, then switch it 3, 4, 1, 2, then 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's the pattern I'm doing to warm up. Now, I mean, you have to do this slow to get used to it first. Oh. I learned this from Steve Vai. He's a great guitar player, that guy. Now, you see, when I place my fingers, I keep them close. I'm warming up, and I'm... See, I'm going up the 7th string. So that's a good warm-up. Remember to practice slow. Use a metronome. I don't have a metronome right now because I'm actually it's on my phone and actually on my computer. I'm using 3 devices to stream to right now: TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So please follow me if you don't already. Actually, just in case, okay? So let me see. I'm just going to see if I can answer a couple of questions here. I can remember the names. An Eastman 7 string is an AR 810 CE 7 string, okay? And if you want to get the 7 string and study with me, please, let me know, and I'll do that for you. Now, this is really an impromptu, how I practice kind of workshop. Let me see if I can answer a question. Are there any neo jazz guitar players that you hold high respect? Who's that guy? I got to think about some neo soul guitar players. This is guy. What's his name? Sparky or something. Anyway, one of those guys is great. A lot of those guys are great. So, hello from Cincinnati. Hey, Cincinnati. That's great. I just did an interview with the great Dan Wilson from Akron over there, on my Sunday evening jazz. Someone was asking about giant steps. We'll get to that stuff later, maybe. I'm just warming up, so I'm practicing. So that's an exercise I do that I cannot do. So this is a warm-up. This is actually a warm-up that I can do, but it's not easy because I have to think about it. Plus, I'm playing 7 string. The 7 string I'm not as good with as the 6 string. But, so I'm going to go backwards this time. So this other warm-up, when I warm up for, practicing, I haven't touched the guitar all day, it's going 4, 2, 3, 1. And what I do is you place all your fingers down like that. 1, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4. Then 1, 3. I want 1, 4, 3, 2. Wow. So it's like this. Then I go up the neck. Then I keep going up the neck like that. It's a great warm-up. Oh. So what I'm doing is it's kind of hard to talk. I do slow. Oh, whoops. Etc. Okay, that's a really great warm-up. So this is something I learned from Steve Vai, the amazing guitar player that did everything with Frank Zappa up to. I'm practicing things as a warm-up and things I can't do very easily. So another thing I've been working on recently, I've been working a lot, I learn a lot from my students. So what happens is a lot of times I'll be doing a workshop and they'll be asking me all these crazy questions like play giant steps or whatever. Let me see. Someone's asking me, is there guitar players that that don't play jazz I respect? Oh, I just said Steve Vai, Frank Zappa, Eddie Van Halen. There's a lot of great guitar players I like. Okay, let me see what other questions there are here. I was trying not to make this a question and answer kind of thing, but there's all kinds of guitar players I love, man. That don't play jazz. Tons, Now he's great, There's all kinds of great guitar players I like that aren't jazz. I'm practicing scales right now. I use one of the things I like to do is I'm trying to learn 7-string. So I like to do like a lot of exercises that I can't do on the 7-string. Like I'm very good at doing arpeggios like this, 3 octaves. That's an E minor arpeggio. Okay, now that's up for a 6-string. But if I want to add the 7-string, I got to go E, B, because I'm having a low A, so people don't know what I'm playing. So I'll add strange, arpeggios like that. They're not strange. These are just real basic things. Like that. It's hard to practice in front of people, actually. So if I'm gonna, okay, and then so I'm doing this from the root position of the 6th string. Now I'm trying to learn how to play the 5th position, or the 5th string root voicing for these. Well, actually, the chords for this. So what's really hard is, I learned this from one of my students years ago. I have all these exercises. See, I'm a kind of a bookworm, so I have all kinds of exercises that I use, like this. You see that? And this is like an arpeggio. These great arpeggios that I got from a student that he got from somebody years ago, and I've still been working on these things. And these are things I can't do. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking from over there on my computer's over there. So with YouTube. So these are things I can't do. Well, I can do some of these, but some of the arpeggios I can do are like this. Let me take my 6-string guitar now so you can see. So I practice the 6th string too. Some things I can't do on the 6th string because I use heavy string. Okay. So I was just doing a little bit of a minor swing. So anyway, I was just messing around there. The 6th string is much easier to play than the 7th string, just so you know, because my strings here are much lighter. The 7th string, I have 12s on the top here, and I don't know what the low note is. These are all flat wounds, and my 7th string I have 14 on top to a 79 on the low A string. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so what's happening is this. So when I'm doing those arpeggios, they're different on the 6th string now. So I'm doing the E minor arpeggio was like this. So that's kind of easy on the 6th string. Okay, because first I don't have that 7th string to get in my way when I play. So I'll be practicing these exercises like this, going up in half set. The ones that I don't know as well, I'm still getting warmed up here, is the ones that go like this. So if I'm playing a C major arpeggio, starting on the fifth, so I'm going to add that, go from the fifth to the sixth string to get the full arpeggio. With the low note, I would go. Now the fifth note of the C arpeggio. Now this, I'm going like this. So this is one I don't know as well. And I think the goal is to be able to play this in different keys. Oops. See, I don't know that. When you're practicing, it should not sound good, because that's what practice is all about. You got a practice session for you guys. So these are things I don't know how to do as well. So I'm doing a B arpeggio, but this B arpeggio is actually 3 octaves from the fifth. So this is the B, and the fifth is F sharp here. Okay, so when I'm playing that, I'm going. Okay, there's another octave. So those are the octaves. So that's 3 octaves, okay, all together. And I'm doing that up and down the fingerboard. Oh, Joe. I went to B for a second. I'm in B flat now. Okay, now these exercises my student gave me a long time ago are in minor as well, so I'll be practicing that in minor, so I'll go like this. So I'm in C, back to C minor. See, these are just things I practice that I don't know how to do, and you should be able to do that yourself. Let me see some of the questions here. Oh yeah, okay. Let me answer. I talked to him earlier. Someone on YouTube is watching my live stream right now. Can you teach us how to approach jazz reharmonization? Oh, okay. So this is like a practice warm up, but I have actually, guys. So just so you know, Jose, Leah, this is on YouTube. Jose, you can just go to my YouTube channel. I have a section about reharmonization there already. Okay. Do you know the 3-note per string scale? What do you prefer for major scale and others? K system or 3 NPS? What is 3 NPS? I don't know what that means, but let me see. I'm going to answer a question by Mefco 96. Now the 3-note per string scale, I guess, is something like this. Let's say I play G major scale. You can do it that way. So, and you know what's really good about that? So that's really kind of 3 notes per scale is actually for a scale is pretty easy. But when I'm playing major scales or any scale, especially when I'm improvising, and this is a practice session. I'm not even like doing any songs. Now you could actually, you could play 3 notes per scale, but the most important thing about playing through a scale is this: you should be able to go without getting lost. You use when I'm playing through chord changes, where like the chords are going through the whole song, but you could change your scale without stopping. So I don't know if I can. I don't have my backing track with me, but if I'm playing a song like if I'm playing like a song like "There Will Never Be Another You," I just basically just did was I'm just playing through the song without stopping. It's like kind of an exercise to see that you actually know your scales. So when I'm playing through a song with a lot of chords, and when you're soloing too, you should be able to hear. People should be able to hear the chords through your solo. You should be able to outline the harmony somehow in your soloing. What I'm just basically doing, I'm just playing through the changes, all the kind of jazz lines I know. Okay, but it's a scale exercise. I would just go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is doing it immediately. So what I'm doing, I'm just playing the scale through the chords, like it's quarter notes. So there's all kinds of things that he talked about, things like that. Do you practice bebop and bebop like phrasing? Of course, all the time. Uh, so I play mostly bebop guitar actually. So yeah, I practice mostly bebop phrasing. I have a lot of exercises. Actually, I put a post on YouTube about all the time. So one of the things I like to do too is I need to, I'm always learning new tunes. So one of the things I work on a lot is like fingerings for bebop melodies. So I mean, I try to experiment. Like I used to play Donna Lee like this, like this. Okay, and that fingering is not very good. I've been doing that fingering for years. All that. So I have to relearn the melody because you got to get it up to tempo. So one thing I like to do is, one thing I did, I just started going. I decided to do that fingering instead, just because it's easier to lay on the guitar. So when you're learning new melodies, whenever you're practicing, this is a practice session for you guys. I'm trying to be able to play things that I can't do and execute them. My fingers are kind of cold today. I don't know why. So when I do something like that, I had to change the fingering from this to this. So it's hard to change a bebop melody like that and change the fingering because I used to play this for years. That's kind of an awkward fingering. So that way it's a little bit easier. Okay, just a little bit easier. So I have to relearn all this stuff and practice it. The most important thing about practice, while we're going here, is to practice every day, just a little bit. Now, it's like sometimes it's impossible. Like I for a while, I've been taking drum lessons. I was telling people earlier, and sometimes like I have no time to practice. Sometimes, it's kind of a drag, and I'm doing so much stuff online on social media, like on TikTok, all these videos. This take a lot of time. So and answering questions, from I need to keep up with my playing too. So sometimes I get really pissed and I have to practice, and I stop. Say I got to practice today or practice for a couple hours. But the most important thing is if you're learning something new, you got to practice it every day so it becomes embedded in your mind. If I'm learning some new music, I'm always learning only new stuff, only new stuff I can't do, things I can't do, things I haven't been able to do. Now, how do you value good melodic phrasing? And an earworm is my fave to compose. Ooh, so when I'm doing melodic phrasing, that's someone asked that on TikTok. You develop that after a while from a lot of jazz playing and playing in general. I tell my students is trial and error. So you got to play over tapes and all kinds of stuff. Play with bands, play with other people, record yourself. The recording never lies about your playing. And that's one important thing I like to tell people is like when you record yourself, it's very important. I mean, it's a really important aspect of learning how to sound better because when you hear your recording, it doesn't lie. Only person that lies to you about your playing is yourself, actually. So I know when I'm playing something wrong. And, it's really weird. Everybody says you sound great, man. I'm like, yeah, come on. So but then I listen back and I say, wow, it sounds actually pretty good because I'm a big, your biggest judge of playing is yourself. And if you listen to your recording, you'll hear everything that you don't want to hear. And so record as much as you can. Like I watch my video playbacks all the time, and I go, "Oh man, I messed that up." But these little mistakes. I mean, I'll be recording sometimes in recording sessions, and one time I made a little mistake, and I was like, "Oh, I don't like that. I changed that." No, the bass player, he was like, "That was like to him, you can get away with little mistakes." And man, I'm gonna fix this because I don't like the way I played. But for most people, they don't probably notice or care. So, but the thing is, the most there's some questions I want to ask. There's so many questions coming at me. How long have you been playing? I've been playing for years, man, since I was 11. Okay. I mean, I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day, just so you guys know. Okay, so that was like a lot of work. And I switched to 7-string, which I have over here. About not switched. I play 7-string as well, exclusively. Because I'm one of the few guitarists plays 7-string in jazz. Since like 2011, 2012. That's when I started. I'm still learning it. So what do you think of Barry Harris method? So someone just asked me about Barry Harris. I used to attend his class on and off for 20 years. So I love his stuff. So I do a lot of things I've worked on recently that I'm working on right now is double time lines. So I'm practicing things that I need to work on. This is a practice session supposed to be, but people are asking me a lot of questions. So I'm working on the computer. I gotta look at it. So I'll be going like, if I'm playing at 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 5. Let's change the key. So I'll go. So one of my students was asking me, man, can you write out some double time lines? So I mean, I have a Patreon account, just in case you guys don't know, and there you can actually what's the word? You can actually check out some of the music I write and stuff like that. But he asked me to start writing some lines out. So I started thinking, man, when I'm doing double time, you got to have this stuff really worked out. So like I had to go. So I'm just doing a double time line on 1, 6, 2, 5. So to write that out was really hard. I mean, I was just playing a double time line I was making up like from my arsenal of vocabulary. So I had to think of all kinds of lines. So basically, I'm just practicing some double time lines over a 1, 6, 2, 5. But I'm also doing a lot of reharmonization. I'll go 1, like A flat major 7 to F minor 7, to B flat minor 7 to E flat 7. Okay, and I'll change it to dominant to make it to F7 to B flat 7, and then E flat 7 to change the lineup. So, but the thing is, so that's another thing I've been working on is when I'm practicing is figure out what lines I use to be able to do my double time lines because I take it for granted that I know how to play them. I got to show my students how to do that, and I want to show my students how to do that. So I'm starting to write some of these things out for my Patreon account. If you want to join that, it's at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and then for my students to learn. And so another thing I like to do is I like to actually do a lot of stuff, learn stuff I don't know at all. So I use this book right here called the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine. So there's a lot of concepts that I don't know about. Like first thing I like to work on is like I did an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine actually that came out in the February issue. It was on the harmonic and melodic minor. No, I think that's out now. Actually, it's in the current issue. So the harmonic, I know some of them, but I need to practice all the voicing still. So I'm always practicing things I don't know. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a harmonic minor. Okay, all that. So you got to be able to play that in thirds. That as well. So I'll be like, I got to practice that. I can play. People know I can play, and I want to show everybody how to play these things too. But if I'm playing, I got to figure out how I'm going to do that in thirds next. So you got to figure out what the chords are. So let's say I'm playing, this is A minor, this is B diminished, then C augmented, D minor, then, and then, F chord, then F sharp diminished. So you got to be able to play that. I mean, if you really want to know the skill, you got to really get into it. So I don't know this as well. So okay, so I'll go. Oh, my guitar feedback. These are dominants for the chord. The first chord now is A minor, major 7. You got to play it everywhere too. Then B minor 7 flat 5, and then now I just did an article about this. I still need to work on it. D minor 7, E7, F7. Oh, sorry, F major 7. Sorry, see, and then G sharp diminished. It's a great harmony. I used to scale a lot, but knowing all the harmony for this, okay. Then I was doing the melodic minor too. So let's do a different key. Let's do F minor, so I can change this whole thing up. So these are things I actually practice. So you can do the melodic. Now we haven't gotten to the modes yet. So these are things I actually playing through all this stuff and making sure I learn all this stuff. Now let me see if I can answer a few more questions. I'm only going to go through this for like an hour. Then you can watch the playback about how I practice. Okay. So remember, practice things you cannot do. That's the most important thing about this section. Let me see. Let me see what my friends on TikTok. I've been ignoring you guys on TikTok. I'm sorry, I don't go live enough on TikTok. And I need to. I have a lot of followers up there. I have almost 25,000 followers. Now I use distortion sometimes. Actually, I still blow my mind. Okay. I'm getting into ragtime. Is there any artists that you recommend? Ragtime. So someone's asking me about ragtime. So I play a little bit of everything on guitar. So I do a little bit of fingerstyle guitar playing. Like I used to be involved, into like Leo Cocky and Chet Atkins and all the guys. So I do things like. So this is one of my songs because it sounds exactly like the record. But that's just one of my old kind of ragtime songs. I've been into fingerstyle guitar playing, and I use all kinds of styles of playing. So I'm gonna because I've done a few articles on an acoustic guitar magazine about that too. So I do I do mostly pick style, but I do a lot of hybrid picking. Okay, and it's just too much work or finger picks or anything like that. And actually, I have these slides that someone sent me, like finger slides that I gotta actually open up and do like a unboxing and review for my social media fans here. So that's a good question. Let me see. Hey, my student Amir is online. It says, "Nice surprise for lunch break." Yeah, I'm just doing an impromptu like practice to do this. Now, someone's asking me about the Bear Harris. So I use the Bear Harris method all the time. Part of the Bear Harris method is passing tones during your scales. That's what it's all about. And approach notes and rhythms, all bebop. So let's say we're playing, let's go to a different key. Let's go to, D flat. First, you got to know your scales really well. In every position, fingering scales, I never think about that, but I guess I do that sometimes. So it's easy to play just a major scale like that, fast, but that's not musical to me. Or playing fast cannot be musical sometimes, it just sounds fast. So, and I can play fast, but what does that mean? I usually play what I hear. So if I'm playing like bebop, like Barry Harris's method is like it's basically it's the bebop cats method, and I used to go to this class all the time. It's putting half sets between the whole notes. Now that doesn't mean a chromatic scale. So people say if you put a half set between all the whole notes, you can do a chromatic scale. No, because remember half, whole, half. If you go up the neck, you'll see that. So if you're playing like a passing tone, you'll go like this. So I'm going up, I'm passing to the second. So this note in between is not a tension, it's called a passing tone. Because it's off the beat. So if I'm counting, I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So what these passing tones do, it helps you create cool melodic lines. It also keeps the rhythm steady and even when you're playing eighth notes, particularly. You know, the most common rhythm for jazz actually is the eighth note. So I like to. I mean, but this is a whole class or whole lifetime of work to work on too. So that's the concept, and also doing approach notes. So if I'm playing a D flat major chord, just to be able to do approach notes like approaching each chord step with the half step. So what I just did was I mixed up the approach notes with passing tones, and there's like endless possibilities, and you can go up and down the scale. It's easier to ascend down the scale than go up a scale, just so you know, and even playing phrases up. So that's a good thing for people to know about. So these are things I'm always working on because I mean, there's so much to work on. It's like never ending, and whenever I pick up the guitar, I'm like, man, I play like crap. So so I have to practice. Now, if you start thinking you're a master, then you might as well just give up the guitar or any instrument that you're playing. Just you should always find something you cannot do. Some things I can't do. So there's another thing I like to do is like I like to read a lot, and I've been using a lot. I don't have where's that book at? I don't have it in front of me. I like to read like hard music, like I take these saxophone books and stuff. I've been trying to do this kind of stuff really, and counting. My drum teacher has me counting, tapping my foot like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Reading and saying out loud 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E, and that's for 16th note stuff. For jazz, I'll go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and then you have to play the rhythm or play the melodic line and still keep counting, and tapping your foot. And this is my friend Jay from the Drummer's Almanac. He's a great teacher. So if you want to check him out, his TikTok took off, and he has tons of followers on YouTube. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and he also he does a lot of great things, and he's a great guy. So definitely check him out. So he also has me tapping my foot as eighth notes, like 1, 2. So I'm tapping my foot like this in eighth notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E and so what I'm doing is eighth notes on my foot, 16 notes when I'm talking and playing whatever I'm playing. Then he has me doing exercise when I'm doing I'm doing the offbeat 1 and 2 and 3, and then saying 1E and great exercises if you want to get into like your rhythm, because that's my most important thing that I need to work on. I think is my rhythm and timing. Especially when I'm recording with a click in the studio and stuff. It's like nailing it, on time or ahead or behind, whatever any kind of timing. So I'm starting to work on that with polyrhythms and all that kind of stuff. So let me see what else is this. Monty Craig. Hey Ron, who's this guy? Jimmy. Any advice about improvising on jazz blues? You know what? What I suggest is you should learn how to play over the changes at every chord scale. Like, so when I like one of my exercises I get students. Oh, so I was in a different key. So what I did was I did the Barry Harris method, where I just did all dominant instead of all the minor 2/5s, etc. The minor, the 2/5s. I just did straight dominant for all the two fives. So that's a great approach. I actually have that on my YouTube videos, Jimmy, and you'll find that. Practice alternate tip picking. So someone's asking about alternate picking. I actually did that as a warm-up today. I did. That's one good way of doing it. Also, just practice trying to play up, down, and up all the time if you want to do alternate picking. There's a lot of, you know what? Actually, guys, I want to do some videos about some of the questions you have here. I'm going to try. Let me do these questions so I can actually answer them. That's on actually on YouTube. Because I need to answer some questions. That videos that you watch is not going to help you play. So you play with other people. You've got to get a teacher. You know, videos can only take you so far. I have so many students who like watch videos, and they'll take lessons with me. Then they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to go on YouTube and start watching again." Then they come back and they say, "Man, you know, it's great watching these YouTube videos, but I mean, I'm not learning anything because when I play, I still can't play or whatever. You know, I still can't do that." So the most important thing is actually just, you know, is to be, you know, have someone judge how you play and by playing with other people. So there's a lot of questions here, but I'm going to try to answer these later. Let me see who else is on Instagram here as well. Just on TikTok. On TikTok, you know, I can't save the video, unfortunately, because they don't let you do that. But on YouTube, I was supposed to be practicing for you guys, but I'm answering a lot of questions. I didn't know you were left-handed. Someone's saying I look like I'm left-handed. No, you're sometimes when you live stream, sometimes there's like a mirror image. So I'm right-handed. So I think on Instagram, looks like and on TikTok I'm left-handed, but I'm not. Okay, I'm actually what's the word? I'm right-handed. It's just the way it films. Okay, so so anyway, guys. So this is how I practice. I practice things I don't do. I mean, I have a lot of books I read. You know, I'm particularly working on the harmonic and melodic minor scales recently. Arpeggios, using the 7-string guitar. Let me get my 7-string back out. You know, learning how to use the notes. I'm trying to learn how to use the notes without getting lost all the time. Things like that, not getting lost when I'm actually playing, is a great thing to do. And also using my 7-string as a melodic note is another thing I'm trying to work on really hard. So if I'm playing a solo, it's easy to play a solo on this first string. So I'm going. So I'm trying to use that 7-string as much as I can. See, I'm trying to use that 7-string. It's really hard. So, because what happens is when you're playing the 7-string on the 7-string guitar, you usually use mostly as an accompaniment note, but I want to be able to use it as part of my solos now. You know, sometimes it gets into the bass register with the bass player, but you know, hopefully I can throw it. Bass players get mad if you start playing in the register. I've had that. B flat. So I'm trying to use how that 7-string down there as much as I can. And 7th. that I don't know how to do that well. So remember, I'm practicing, so I'm not sounding amazing, or I'm not sounding clean as I should because I'm practicing things I don't know how to do. That's what this is all about. How to practice. Practice things you can't do. You're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to sound like you're practicing and trying to learn something. And practicing is just that. Learning how to do things you can't do, and you do it every day for a little bit. So I'm trying to make everybody know that. And the most important thing is consistency. Just working on the seventh string and really trying to get under my finger so I can actually solo on it when I'm taking a solo. Because you know what? Right now I'm practicing, but when I'm actually trying to play a song and I start trying to do that, I man, you're at the moment, people are watching or whatever. I'm doing a live stream recently, and you throw that note in, you're like, oh, how am I going to do this? I've been practicing. Get better with time, that's, you have to repeat it over and over, and then when you come out and you're playing, so the most important thing is get a lot of practice in, and practice the right way. Don't practice things you already know. Practice things you can't do. Let me see. There's a lot of oh, sorry. I like this guy. Someone said to me, I gotta screenshot this. Someone said to me, practice playing bad to get good. That's great, Ron. What the hell? You know what? I used to have roommates with some great. These guys used to practice, man. They be practicing the same crap. I'm like, dude, that's what you're supposed to do. If you practice things you know all the time, when you get out of the gig, you're never gonna get any better. So that's what I'm trying to. There's a lot of great comments here, guys. Thank you for watching. I have a lot of people watching on. I've never had this many people following me on YouTube either. So everybody, I'm going to get going in a second because I'm kind of like tired. Wait a second. Let me see if there's any question. What extra notes are you given? The extra note on my seventh string. Sorry, guys, on TikTok. This is a low A. I think that's what they mean. So this is a low A note. So this is a standard tuning guitar. Okay, E, A, D, G, B, E, and low A. Okay. Now in rock, they tune to a low B on the seventh string, and in Brazilian music, they tune to a low A. I mean low C. Excuse me. Now the reason why this is tuned to a low A is because of George Van Epps used to do this tuning. Okay, I'm doing this for you guys. This is supposed to be a practice session, trying to show you what I do. I got it's all on my links here on my Instagram, on my link tree. If you want to donate, always need donations. You can just go to my link tree on my profile, or any video that I have. You can join my Patreon to learn how to study with me for real. If you want to donate or anything, if you learn something new today, and if you want to take lessons with me, just go to my contact on Instagram or on my link tree. It's all there on my contact information. I'm getting new students all the time, especially since I have all these followers now, and I appreciate you guys watching me. And thank you. I got to do this on Instagram. So I appreciate you guys watching. So this is how I practice. I'm going to try to take a break after this and practice by myself this time, so I can get something done. But thank you, everybody. Let me see if there's any questions. My guitar's an Eastman, just so you guys know. So look at this. It's an Eastman. Oh, shoot. I have that covered up, guys. Sorry. I put a GoPro on here. When I'm filming a lot of my lives, I didn't do it today. I use a GoPro camera. This one, a GoPro 9. And I get some great videos, like looking at the guitar like this while I'm playing. It's a really great thing to use. And I usually streams. The sound is not as good, or and the video is not as good. So I actually do that. And so I have a tuner on here, and I have an instrument attachment, so it's kind of cool. I try to make my live streams interesting and fun and informative. I'd like to thank everybody. Follow me, please share with everybody, and hopefully you can watch the playback now on Instagram and on YouTube, but you can't on TikTok. They should do that. So let me see. You're welcome, everybody. If you want to donate or anything, let me know. Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Cash App, Venmo is all the same. I hope I answered most people's questions. Let me see. There's a lot of questions. How's your day? Everybody asks me a funny question. What kind of guitar is that? I already answered that. What is the most effective pentatonic scales to practice? Just your regular minor and major pentatonics. You could use them on different things. I miss performing. Yes. My day is great. Eric Clapton, I love him. I love everybody. I'll see you. It's time to go. I gotta eat. Take a break. Get some coffee. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, let me end on. Welcome to my Patreon only video on Barry Harris rhythm changes. Now, Barry Harris makes everything really simple when he's actually playing over rhythm changes at a really fast tempo. So I'm going to be showing you how he actually does that. For example, rhythm changes is based on the song called I Got Rhythm, and a lot of songs have been written over that tune, like Moose the Mooch by Charlie Parker and Anthropology by Charlie Parker, Oleo. So we're in the key of B flat. The form is actually AABA. The A sections, some people play it just one scale there usually, but to be able to play on the changes, you should know all your scales to be able to play on the changes. So what Barry actually does, he actually simplifies the changes. So in my exercise in the music here, I'm going to be playing you first the chord progression of rhythm changes. Then I'm going to play you eliminating all the chords and just making them one chord per measure. Now, usually in rhythm changes, the first two bars are B flat major 7, G minor 7, C minor 7, F7, okay? But Barry, B flat major 7 and F7 for one bar, okay? So he eliminates the second chord, which is a 6 minor, and he eliminates the 2 minor to the end, like that. He'll just do this. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? So that's what he actually does. So you're going to actually learn how to take a solo just on the simplified changes, which is much easier than playing an arpeggio or whatever notes you can get through the A section with chords in every 2 beats of the measure. Let me show you how rhythm changes goes all the way through the whole song just with the regular 1. So that's regular rhythm changes, basically. There's slight variations, but that's regular B-flat rhythm changes, AABA form. I did the tempo of 140 for you. So I'm going to simplify them for you the way that's written on the music here, where Barry eliminates every chord, just makes every chord one whole bar and eliminates the substitutions. Instead of playing a G minor 7 right after the B flat chord, you could just play a B flat all the way through for one bar and eliminate the G minor, because the G minor is just a substitution for the B flat, and also the C minor is a substitution for the minor and the C minor, and play one bar of each chord, B flat major 7 to F7. And also we're going to substitute like a 2-5 going to the 4 chord, which could be an F minor to B flat, or you can play a B flat major 7 and go to the E flat dominant and go to E diminished. We're going to eliminate all that and just play straight B flat 7 for one measure, then E flat 7 for one measure, then go back to the B flat major 7 to F7 for one bar each. So we're eliminating all those extra chords, and the bridge, of course, there's no eliminations because it's all dominant all the way through, 2 bars each, okay? And then we're doing the same thing on the C section, which is basically like the A section going to the second ending, which is the ending of the song. Let me play you the chord progression that's simplified that Barry wrote, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's how Barry simplifies the chords of rhythm changes. So now, what he does, especially when you're playing this really fast, instead of playing over each chord, playing a lick every time, doing a lick like that, or sounds very mechanical. But also, I'm arpeggiating the chord or doing a 1, 2, 3, 5 pattern, and I don't have to actually do that chord. When you get to the minor, it's a 1, 2, flat, 3, 5 pattern. But Barry actually just does a scale going up in eighth notes as a quarter note. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Now, improvise and play over each change and play this every like that, okay? So I'm going to play you this exercise all the way through. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's actually how you play the Barry Harris rhythm changes song that's simplified. So what he's doing is actually replacing all the note scale that actually works for both chords. But when you're actually playing fast, that's when you start using this. That's how I did my intro. I was thinking just playing each change. So that's the Barry Harris method. So if you have any questions, please email me patreon.com/Ron. We're going to continue now with a standard called Thank you for attending my live lesson here on my Patreon. It's an unlisted link here. So I'm going to take any questions you have. I'm actually going to be, monitoring this on my side here. So please send me the questions that you'd like to answer. You'd like me to answer, and I'll do that. And thank you again for being a Patreon. I'm trying to keep all the material up there. It's hard to satisfy everybody with my material, but I try to give basic information, because I think a lot of guys on YouTube, they give so much complicated information that most students can't even learn what they're talking about. So I'm very into basics, because that's how I learned how to play myself. It's very important to answer. Let me answer them for you right now on on this live stream. So send me a question through YouTube chats if you can. And if you can hear me okay, please send me a message right now to make sure you can hear me okay. And I'll start off with playing a song. And for example, my last post was about actually all the inversions of the seventh chords. Now, the reason why I give you all these really basic things to learn is because most guitar players don't even know these inversions, okay, or even the basic inversions. So to be able to play play jazz or play any style of music, you really basics. Sorry, he passed away recently. His name is Bruce Johnson, and he was really a great teacher for this kind of stuff. So to be able to play anything on the guitar or any instrument, actually. So let me play you some chord melody on this 6-string D'Angelico I have here. And please send me some questions if you haven't done that yet. There's a chat right open here, and I haven't seen anything come in yet, so please send me something. Sean, good. Yeah, Sean's a great student of mine. Hi, Sean, and a patron, and he's been studying with me for I don't know how many months now. At least 5-6 months, I think. I'm not quite sure, but anyway, we're working on some hard tunes. So 3 months. That's all. Thank you, Sean. So we're going over basic stuff, everybody. So so for example, we've been playing a song called "Along Came Betty," and what happened is if there's a lot of chords in a song, the best way to be able to play over jazz is not all this complicated stuff people are. It's just to be able to play the basic scale at the right time in the right place, because that's the hard part. I'm gonna play actually right now "Along Came Betty" because my student Sean's watching, and I'm gonna play along. And what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna show you how you can practice these kind of things. 2, 3. what's happening is I'm actually playing scales through the chord progression of a song called Along Came Betty by Benny Golson. And there's a lot of chords to this song. And the hard part is not playing fancy jazz lines. The hard part is just being able to play the right scale or arpeggio over the chord progression while you're playing. So if I'm going like this, the chords go B flat minor, E flat 7, then B minor, E7. There's a lot of chords. 5 progressions they call it. So there's a lot of chords on this song. This is what they call an advanced song, Along Came Betty. And to be able to get through a song like this, you just have to do really basic things to be able to play these kind of solos, etc., through this piece. So, I mean, I teach my students real basic stuff so they have a foundation. And once you have the foundation, you can actually get through the. One of the things I like to use a lot is memorizing finger patterns. So whenever you do a scale, you should be able to also play the scale 1 octave from anywhere, any scale, but different fingerings that you can memorize. So like, let's say I'm playing an A. Now, see that way I played it? I can play this. See how many ways that your scales in 1 octave all the way across the neck and up and down the neck without getting lost. Any kind of scale, major, minor, augmented, whatever scale you're playing, diminished. All the, any kind of mode, the melodic minor or harmonic minor. The point is, you have to really know your neck to be able to play, to master the guitar, but also to be able to play jazz. So what I like to do is, I'll be able to play across like this. So I'll go 1 octave, and I'll try to memorize that one fingering. So I can just move it around the neck. So I like to use those techniques because it's easier to get through chords and chord progressions once you know one fingering, but you have to memorize the pattern. Okay, now so I tend to have my students learn these fingerings like using different string roots. Like you use your 3rd string root. So if I play G like this, so I went. So this is like I have to play it up an octave higher. I could do it here actually. So that's one fingering, that's 1 string root pattern. This is another string root pattern, 4th string root. So that was 3rd string root, 4th string root, 5th string root. Then I have to do it here, 6th string root. So those are the different 3 string roots that I use. The thing, they always think of the root, but you have to eventually break out of being able to play the root and be able to play from any note of the scale. Okay, so any degree we call it in music. So this is the 1st degree, the 1st note, 2nd, 3rd, etc., going up the scale. And that's how you get all your fancy notes, like the like the 9. You count up from the root. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's the 9th. The 9th is the 2nd note of a chord. All these fancy notes. The 13 is actually the 6th degree of the scale going up 1 octave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13th chord. So that's how you get your fancy notes on chords. You build up in thirds or different intervals, and you see what it is in relationship to the root. But you should look at the root all the time and be able to find it. So that takes a lot of experience and time. So it's hard to get. I'm going to remind people on Patreon that they can watch the replay until I make it public for my fans on YouTube. And I'd like to thank my over 26,000 subscribers on YouTube right now for being subscribers. I appreciate it. And and when I go live there, I have tons of people watching me there all the time because it's public, and I get a lot, and I get a lot of engagement, followers, and questions, tons of questions, too many questions. So so my, today was, it's a day about asking questions. So does anybody have a question, please? The two people watching, who's watching actually? Raise your hand. Send me a message and let me know what's going on. Let me play you a song for now. I'll play you a solo guitar piece. I'll do like a little ballad for her. beautiful chord melody piece. Now, if you have any questions, please send them to me. I'm trying to see if there's a particular live stream that much. Oh, are there any methods to sight reading a piece into a solo guitar piece? Oh, Sean, that's great. That's a great question. Let me see. I'm gonna let me take a song out of the real book here, Sean, to show you. For example, let me get a song. Let me just pick one song, for example. If I'm reading a song that I don't know and I want to do chord melody, that's a great question. Let me get this song. Let me pick something easy. This book is called My Buddy. Huh. Okay. So this is on the regular real book, the legal real book actually. And if you look carefully, it's a G major 7 chord. Okay. When I'm sight reading a piece, okay. Look at the melody and see how it relates to the chords. So this is a D note. So chords go like this: G major 7. It's a ballad. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm doing it slow, fast actually. B diminished 7, A minor 7, D7. So that's the first 8 bars. So next, the melody goes like this. It's actually in 3 too. It's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. It's the key of G. So you have to look at those things too. See, sometimes I skip over those things when I'm reading, because I didn't start out playing guitar reading actually. So I did everything by ear. So this song is actually first thing everybody has to do, which I'm guilty of not doing, is look at the key signature and the time signature. So it's the key of G, and it's which is 1 sharp, and it's 3, 4. So now, I went through the chords a little bit for you guys. So the melody goes like this: 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. In the beginning, okay? But so now, if I'm gonna play through this, this note, that note is a D, and that's a G major 7 chord, okay? So I know that's the 5th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the chord. So I know I can play this chord on here. I can play this chord on the bottom of that D note. I can play a major. I can make it a 6, 9. Any chord that can fit under that D note. That's a major 7 chord. So you gotta see the chord scale relationship. Then the next note is a B. So that's right in the chord. So I'm going 1, 2, 3. Then it goes to G sharp diminished. That note's already in the chord. So it's the same melody. So I can go like this now. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then I can go the A minor 7. It has these notes in it. Has those same notes there, and then it goes to D7. There's a B on top there. So that's the melody note on top. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So the thing is, the problem with this melody though, it gets really low. But I can still do it open, like I could. The next note is G. It does that, so I have a G6 on the bottom. So I can do that. E minor 7. So that's a little low. So what I suggest a lot of guitar players, when they're doing chord melody, they're sight reading, you have to learn how to transpose up an octave by reading. And I think that's great these days on YouTube and everything to know tabs. But you have to really know the song to be able to play tabs. You can't just like sight read. You understand? You need sheet. It's gonna be like this now. Watch this. So I did it all with experience to learn how to do these kind of voicings and being able to put a chord melody on top. But but and try to and read. I mean, everything is practice, everybody. It's like a lot of people, guitar players want to take shortcuts. You're gonna get lost and you're gonna fall in a hole someplace along the way in the shortcut. You know what I mean? Or you'll get lost during the surely know your basics. So I'm just basically playing a melody on top of a chord, but I know from studying I can read this and do it by looking at the sheet music. This is kind of simple. So if I keep going through the song, it sounds like if I keep doing chord melody, I'm going to sight read the chord melody again. 3, 1, then it goes to this. 1, 2, and then it goes to the A minor. 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna start from the top. Now I'm doing the whole song chord melody. My Buddy, who's written this song is written by Walter Donaldson, Donald Down and something Kahn, Gus Kahn. So here's the whole melody, chord melody, sight reading. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. One, two. Top. So that's the whole song, chord melody. So, before I finish reposting this, please let me know. This is a relatively short live stream, and when I put it on YouTube, there will be a lot more views for after. But if there's any particular questions you want to know about soloing, technique, chord scales, walking bass lines, anything, let me know right now, and I'll try to answer the question real quick. But, I appreciate you guys being patrons and being students and for watching. And, it was kind of last minute notice last night about posting this to my patrons. I actually sent everybody a message to watch this on Patreon and hit the link and you can watch this playback about what we covered today. Now, if there's any questions or anything about chord melody, please let me know. I have some good reference materials here. Like for example, this new book that has been doing pretty good for a lot of my students have. It's a great book for learning how to do chord melody. So it's some in stock. They were selling out for a couple of weeks, but I got some more in stock. So it teaches you how to do one chord melody. Please let me know. Again, this is Ron Jackson. This is my Patreon only live lesson. And if you guys want to join my Patreon after this, who's ever watching, please sign up at Patreon. There, different kinds of content, all original. And thank you for listening. Follow me everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. All my handles are Ron Jackson Music. Everything. Okay. So everybody, have a great day, and I'll be seeing you guys soon for the next live lesson in next month. Okay, during the summer month. These times, but a lot of people. See you guys soon. Bye bye. Oh, there's people watching already. It's a little better, I think. And I'm going to take questions. Let me see. Impromptu live. If you have any questions, please ask them. I'll try to answer them. Let me see if I can see the guitar back here. I might have to lower the stand a little bit here. Oh, a little low. So how's everybody doing today? I'm going to be trying to do these sessions more often with Jeremy. I might have to raise my seat up a little bit just so you can see me a little better. Let me do that right now. I'm going to use my stool instead of my chair like this. Let me get that. So, send me some questions right now, everybody. I'm going to be your fingertips, a bunch of different things. Move this chair back here a little bit. Uh-oh, something's happening. Everything's okay. I'm here. Some drama here. Trying to set up. Because you know what? When you go to YouTube, you can't really just like start like that. At least in my case. So I have my guitar here, my 7-string guitar. So if you have any questions about this, let me know. I don't know John Mayer chord progressions by heart. Actually, let me see who that was. I think that was Jack. Let me see. Let me see what's going on here. I'm going to try to see who's chatting with me. I can't see them all at the same time. Maybe I can go on my other computer. And I'll take questions. I can see what the comments are better when I have my computer at the same time. So I'm trying to see the live chat and see who's talking right now. Oh, here you guys go. So I can see the live chat. Okay, a good place to start learning jazz guitar is actually, and I'm going to fix my head here. A good place to start playing jazz guitar is with a teacher, actually. So let me go to my live chat here and just look at my channel and look at my live chat so I can see you guys better, your comments better. The phone transmits a lot better, so you guys know. So let me go. Here you go. So let me see. I'm going to try to take your questions as best I can. So let me see. Hold on. What's going on here? Let me go to my YouTube. Ron Jackson Music. And then I'm going to answer your questions easier when I see the chat here. Okay. Let me see. I see some questions right here. You like this? Sup, y'all? Hi from the UK. I don't want to hear the delay, though. Okay, good. I can see the questions now. Hey, Jeremy. Oh, yeah. How's it going? Great to see you guys. So before I do that, I should maybe play a song for you. What do you think of the 1400 Euro Aria Pro? Guitar actually really well. I don't know. I mean, I only have, I've tried Aria guitars before. Actually, I have a couple of Aria guitars, actually, nylon strings here that I use. And, I don't really, I have a couple of their classical guitars. I knew the guy that ran the company. I was an endorser for a while. I don't even know if he's alive. His name was Shiro Arai. And he was a great guy. And I started endorsing them like about 20 years ago. And I got free guitars from him, and he's a really cool guy. So, but I don't even know if he was alive because he was pretty old back then. So if you want to play jazz guitar, everybody, you should actually definitely get a guitar teacher. The chords and all the get a I don't want to say a real book, but start learning tunes. Because a real book is kind of a crutch actually, because what happens is you start looking at all these books, and then you have to remember the tunes. You have to remember what they sound like. So you have to get that stuff in your ears. So it's very important to get a teacher to help you with this stuff. So I didn't really have a teacher until I went to Berklee College of Music and got my butt kicked, by all these great guitarists. So I went to see a Joe Pass workshop. But the most important thing is to learn tunes, get a teacher, listen to records. I call them jazz riffs. Let me see. There's some other questions. Someone says, I like music. That's good. Guitars to me. So you know what? So the last time I actually touched a guitar was actually Sunday because, so this is my 7-string guitar. If you have any questions about this, let me know. And it's an Eastman, AR. So it has 7-string. I'm doing a little warm up right now where I'm actually doing chromatics. 4 notes. And doing a 4/8 finger a lick. So what I'm doing, and I'm doing a tremolo at the same time. What's your favorite drop two voicings or fancy root subs? Well, I mean, I love some of these drop two voicings I use. Wow, I didn't know drummers play guitar. So if I'm one of the hardest drop two voicings is actually the let's do a D minor 7 flat 5. You should know all your drop two voicings for a minor 7 flat 5 or any chord actually. Hey, how's it going? So you should be able to do this. So this is the 5th string root. Okay, and you should be able to do it on the 4th string root. On I actually sell these on my printables page in versions. Actually, I'm actually have to put those up this week. On my website, rodjacksonmusic.com. So all the inversions of all the chords, you should know them from all the roots. Minor 7 flat 5. So let's say I'm playing here. They're hard here. Okay. See that? They get the weird fingers on the 6th string. Oh yeah, looking great. Sound great. Thank you. So you can use that over that minor 7 flat 5 over a minor 6 or dominant 7th. Yeah, actually, just so you guys know, okay, the minor 6 chord is actually is the same thing as a minor 7 flat 5. Two names for the same chord. Okay, so if you look carefully. So the basic interchangeable, okay? Yeah, you're welcome. So I use this a lot, and also diminished is really easy to play off the minor 7 flat 5. So I'll just substitute. Okay, I like to do that a lot. Or diminished from the roots. Okay, etc. So you should definitely know your inversions, your drop twos. Let me see. 2-5-1 substitution for each chord. That's Marty Mooney. And inversions for us, please. Maybe G or C. So 2-5-1 substitution. So if you're doing for let's say you're doing let's do G minor to F7, something a little different. I can understand a little bit better. Here's my 6th string. So I have my D'Angelico. I'd like to thank D'Angelico Guitars for giving me a 6-string guitar. Banners to show you guys. For practice purposes, that's a little bit more advanced than 2-5-1. Sure. So let me see something here. Let me pull out my guitar first. So this is my D'Angelico XL1 that D'Angelico actually gave us. Okay, I'd like to thank Justin and everybody at D'Angelico New York for this nice D'Angelico. I'm teaching them because most people don't play 7th string. So I'm just tuning this up right now. Real quick first. So when I'm playing a 2-5, let's say G minor 7 to a C7. But there's a lot of ways you can substitute that, okay? So I'm doing G minor 7. It's just like the basic notation. You don't have to play like a real straight minor 7. You can play minor 9 to a 13. Okay. Remember, you don't have to play a straight 2-5 over a chord progression. You could just play. Let me move this back a little bit so you guys can see my head cut off as much. And okay, that's maybe a little better. What I'm doing is this. I'm trying to show you substitutions. Let me move this chair over. So I'm going. So I'm doing 9 to a 13 to a F major 7 9. Then I can just make it minor 7 flat 5. Oh, Angel. Yeah, he saw me on Marty Sports. My daughter's doing good. You can check her out, Lucia Jackson. So I like to alter my chords a lot, so you guys know. If I'm doing a 2-5, I don't have to play a straight minor, a 2-5-1. I can go. I lowered the 5, kept the 9. Sharp 5 here. Change that to like a so that's another reharmonization. Also, you can use tritone substitutions like this. What I did is I just played like a minor 7 flat 5, or just straight minor, and then okay, like that. Okay, you can do that. Okay, so what I just did is a 2-5, minor 2-5, tritone substitution. Yeah, I played fusion before. So some good complicated progressions are like Wayne Shorter tunes, things like that. I'm gonna have to pull my real book out to look at a couple in a second. Let me look at these questions first. Oh yeah, what's the uses of classical melodic minor in jazz? So that's a great question, guys. So someone's asking about the melodic minor. Oh yeah, Angel. Just so you know, if you wanted to that, it's around my banner. Hell yeah, here it is. So if you want to take lessons with me, you can take lessons with me actually on Patreon. Oh, actually. Oh, new Patreon alert. Oh, thank you for Christopher P. Oh, Christopher just joined. You can get lessons actually $10 a month. You get like 3 lessons and more. I usually get more. 25 you get unlimited. And I also do workshops because it's kind of limited. And also I'm going to be doing a special of fingertips from acoustic guitar. I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine, so you can get this book from Acoustic Guitar through me actually, and I can autograph it for you, and it comes with video and all kinds of shit, all kinds of stuff. Sorry, all kinds of stuff. Sorry about that. I almost said something bad. And so it's a great book. Let me see. Let me look at this now. Yeah, I still teach, Angel, so you know. So you can contact me here at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So let me see. So the classical minor scale, the melodic minor. Let's go over that. I get a lot of questions here. So I give lessons, everybody, if you want. I've gotten quite a few students off of YouTube actually recently from all this. So let me show you the melodic minor. So melodic minor is very important, everybody. Okay. So now in jazz, so I'm playing F melodic minor all over the neck. Okay. It's kind of hard to talk and play, but anyway. So what's happening is F melodic minor, or melodic minor in jazz we call it the jazz melodic minor or the real melodic minor. Okay, minor modes. So in classical, they raise, it goes up like, so the intervals is 1, 2, flat 3, 4. Key of F is basically F, G, A flat, B flat, C, D, E, and F, okay? See that? Now backwards they go. Now, but in jazz, we keep it all the same. On guitar, remember to always be able to play it all over the neck, anywhere. Now, I'm just basically playing up and down the scale, but you should be able to play these in different patterns. I just did an article on Acoustic Guitar magazine, for the January-February issue on the melodic and harmonic minor modes, okay? But we didn't really talk about, we talked about the scale more than the modes. So in jazz, these are very important because we play them over a lot of fancy chords. Like, so the first mode of the melodic minor, just the melodic minor. So you can play that over a minor major 7 chord or a minor 6 chord because it has the notes in there. So you should be able to play these chords in different ways all over the guitar neck. Things like that, you know what I mean? Only from the root, but from from any kind of interval or anything like that. Okay. So this comment, here's the thing, everybody. In classical, you're limited to the way your scales are played. So here's a typical C major classical. I have to think about this. I haven't played the guitar in a couple of days, just so you know. Doesn't really matter. I just need to get warmed up a little bit. So the classical C major is like this. I should do a video about this too, man. It's like this. They teach you that it's a really cool scale. It's good for like actually pivoting your fingers. I used to practice this just for technique, for pivoting my fingers. Okay, but what happens is when you want to really learn how to play the C major scale, you gotta be able to play this all over the neck like this. Here on the neck. I can play it on one string. I'm just basically messing around. The C major scale where you play all 8 fingerings. There's 8 fingerings that connect up the 1. 2. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And they double. Okay? So that covers the whole neck. And I actually ronjacksonmusic.com. Those are all the 8 fingerings. It's a lesson that I teach. It has the tabs and everything. You can learn all 8 fingerings. And if you go this week, you get 20% off my website until the end of the week on everything, including my books and everything. And it's use code Sunday. Okay? Use code Sunday and you get 20% off everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips. Okay? That's very important. You have to be able to play your scales up and down the neck without getting lost, okay? So let me look at some more questions here. And that's only the key of C, just so you know. So you're going to be able to play this in any key. So in the key of F. Sorry, I'm talking too much. Key of F, key of, any key. I mean, in jazz, you play a lot in different keys. So let's get back to the melodic minors. There's a bunch of questions here. Let me see what's going on here. So the melodic minor, we're going to get into that some more a little bit. I'm 50. I really want to learn jazz. Where do I start? So that's a great question. One at a time. So if you're 15, get a teacher and start listening to records. Like I always tell people, when I went to Berkeley, the first thing that taught me is the real book. So I have the real book right here. Let me show you the real book. So the real book is really cool. It's a cool book, but that doesn't teach you how to play jazz. You're just looking at tunes. And most guitar players these days don't even know how to read, unfortunately. I know how to read notation. And the reason why I use tabs is because most of my guitar students don't know how to read. So it's important to learn how to read. So I have the William Levin book. I don't have it handy right now. But it's a great book. That's how I learned all my reading skills and chords and everything. And it's a great book. It's important to know tabs just to show you somebody how to play something, put the finger on the right string. But, the most important is to get a teacher, because when I was a kid, I was self-taught. So I thought I knew how to read. I knew all these chords, but I really didn't. When I went to Berkeley, I got my butt kicked, these guys from Japan going in there, hey, God, these guys are playing Jason. And I was like, oh my God, I got to practice. So I would practice for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I used to practice about 5 to 8 hours a day, and I had good teachers, and I still, I took, a workshop with Joe Paz. I had some great teachers at Berkeley. I studied with Rodney Jones. I've hung out with George Benson, studied with Melvin Sparks, Bucky Pizzarelli, Pat Martino. Man, who else? There's some people I could have studied with and I didn't. I should have taken that up, like Jim Hall. I regret not studying with them. They passed away. So it's good to learn from teachers. I mean, that's the best thing to do, actually. So if you're 15, start like that. Now, let me see. Do I ever play jazz fusion? Sure. You're getting to first base. Okay, let me answer the next question. Then I'm going to get to your question too. So, I love BB King, so you know. And so someone, Greg Hollis was asking about that. Masha, how many hours a week do you recommend practicing? I recommend practicing as many hours as possible. Like, you know what? I'm so busy with my social media and business and stuff that I've been working on that right now. But I really need to practice. If you're gonna, the most important thing about practice, everybody, it's not about how many hours you practice. It's about consistency. You should practice something every day. Okay, if you need to learn something new, practice it once. Practice even 10 minutes a day. But do something every day. Pick up the guitar. Okay, whatever instrument you might be playing today. Some guitar players, people watching me aren't even guitar players today sometimes. So, so just pick up the guitar. Okay. Here's another thing. Ranks, gaming. How do you mix every scale and sound? How to mix scales and you're playing. Let's say you're playing let's just take a real simple tune like a blues. So I'm in the key of F. So when I'm playing through a song like that, now I have a lot of options, but what I like to do is I like to do this thing called the continuous scale exercise. So when I'm playing over the chord, the B flat, and then I just keep playing the scale all the way through until the next chord. F down. Now G, C7, F, C7, F dominant, B flat dominant, B diminished. What I'm doing is I'm doing a continuous scale that goes to the chords. I need to get my assistant to help me set up the sound system here. Hold on 1 second. Can you set up the speaker, please? Yeah, it's from behind the curtain here. So, everybody, what's going to happen is I'm going to try to show you how this is actually done with the play along through my computer. So, basically, if you want to mix your scales up, you got to be able to go change them, change the chord scale during the song without getting lost. Okay, so. No, okay, so someone's actually going to the next chord. It doesn't matter which note I'm on. I just want to make sure I get to the right scale. I'm not really targeting any kind of other notes. You know what I mean? I'm just actually going. When I get to the B flat, same on F7. Now when I get to the B flat, I'll be on the 13. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm actually trying to target the notes and make sure that I actually, what's going to happen is it'll sound good because it's going to be going by so fast it won't sound like a mistake. Okay. So give me that. So we're setting up my speaker so you can actually hear how this is actually done. So so that's a great question. So that's how you play through scales. Let me see some of these other questions. There's a lot of people watching. Thank you for watching, everybody. And do me a favor. Please follow me and share this stream with your friends and fans. The most important thing is that you practice and you get a live teacher, okay, a real teacher to help you. And I teach as well, and I have students from all over the world, all over the country now. So I'll help you play as best you can, okay? So cool. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, so I'm going to show you how this is done. Let me answer a few more questions while I set up the sound system here. So, I think it matters to use the cage system or 3 notes per chord. Kyan Hallows, thank you for answering that question. It's very important to know the cage system, everybody. Just so you know. Study with me, even recent students actually. They're like, they don't know their open string chords. I'm like, you don't know open string chords? Like, I mean, you don't know 1-800 chords. So what I'm doing is, all your bar chords come from open string chords, and they call that the cage system. So if I'm playing a C chord, you should be able to play that as a bar chord. What do? Take your 3 fingers that you play the C chord, switch them around, okay, to second, third, or fourth finger, and then, so that's the cage system they call it. I don't know, I mean, so there's different names for this. Okay, so your bar chords are very important, and your open string chords are very important. And you should know all your open string chords, etc., 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 etc. So, thank you. Someone's laughing about what 1-800 College for Kids. Thank you. That's a hit song. So, thank you to all the 35 people watching. So, you know, you have to know how that works. So let me test out my sound system real quick. I might need my charger too. So it's in there somewhere, but we'll get that in a minute. So let me charge this, guys. I'm going to go watch this first. It's not on. Yeah, so we're trying the sound system to make sure it's working. Yeah, so we're trying the sound system to make sure that's the problem. Oh, yeah, let me mute YouTube right now, everybody. So we don't hear me. How do I mute on YouTube? Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm going to mute me on YouTube. I'm muting me on YouTube. So let me show you how you play the continuous scale exercise. So let me get a C jam blues right now. So let me play that. Okay, play. Is it on? It's off. I'll give it a try.
Hold on. It has to go green.
Yeah.
Maybe you can reach it.
Okay, hold on. Let me try this. Okay. So you see what I did? I actually just played through this. So that's an exercise I actually teach my students. It's called a continuous scale exercise. So you're actually playing through the chords. Now it's just an exercise. You know, it teaches you how to play to go through the changes. Okay, let me adjust this phone a little bit. So it's a really cool exercise. I mean, I learned that. I don't know who I learned that from, but it's a really great exercise if you really want to get your scale playing together and your chord scales and all that stuff. So let me look at some more questions here. Thank you, everybody, for attending my impromptu workshop here. Let me see some more questions here. First starting bass, you got your first bass. John Prescott says he got his first bass a few days ago. To start, he's excited to get practicing. So what routine would you first do for a first month practicing 1 to 4.5 to 2 hours a day? John, work on your scales, okay, and start learning tunes. And also work on technique. You know, strumming with your fingers. You know, these are your 2 main fingers when you use bass. Okay.
Play banjo.
Yeah, I play banjo too, but not really. So yeah, you know, and also work going live right now. So that's a great question, John. Paul Smith. Well, this is a surprise treat. Thank you, Paul. Now let me see. That was John Prescott. What scales? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me see this question. What scales work for every chord? Is there a go-to scale for every chord? Oh, so okay. Now let me pick a more complicated song. Okay. Oh, someone's asking more about more complicated song. Okay, let's pick Fee Fi Fo Fum. If you have your real book out, go get it out. That's like a kind of a complicated jazz song that a lot of New Yorkers play. Fee, Fi. Here it is. So Fee Fi Fo Fum first. You know, a chord that goes every 2 beats. So when I use arpeggiate or something over the chord, or just keep a note there because it's not much time to do anything unless you play double time. Okay, and then so I like to do double time because I hear noise. So so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play Fee Fi Fo Fum. Let me show you what it looks like. There's a lot of chords here, and it should be in the real book here. So look at this song. It has a lot of chords in it. I'm going to play for you. And what happens is when I improvise over a chord progression, that this do a lot of arpeggios and stuff. So I'm not going to do any exercises right now. I'm going to play over this. But what happens is I'm going to play the melody first. Then I'll how I approach this. I might just break it down to make it simple so you get an idea how to do this. So, when I was doing through that, I started trying to do different kinds of ideas through the chord changes, and they don't make sense actually sometimes. It's kind of like a giant steps kind of song. So the song I'm going over right now is Fee Fi Fo Fum. Okay? And there's a lot of chord changes there. And some of it's kind of like a giant steps progression like this. Yeah, so it's a kind of a really cool song. Let me look at some of the questions. And what I'm doing is I'm using different techniques. Since there was so many chords, I started using double time phrases. Half notes, hey, hey. And what's happening is, what I do is I start actually doing double time phrases through that to make it more interesting. But if you listen to Wayne Shorter, when this song came out, it wasn't an easy song to play back then in this, in the 60s, I think this came out. And so you have to kind of play more melodic through these kind of changes. But if you want, a lot of guys now just burn through the changes like this. Let me see something here. Let me see some of the questions that are coming up here. So everybody, just to remember, if you're enjoying the session, I'd like to thank my new Patreon today, Mr. Chris P. He just joined my Patreon. So, you know, you can learn all these cool techniques, on my patreon.com, which is www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. And, please join my Patreon. I'm starting to get a lot of fans on followers on there. And if you want to learn guitar and jazz guitar and help with everything like that, let me know. So, I have this on my Amazon store. I sell D'Angelico guitars on my Amazon store. Go to my Amazon store at www.amazon.com/shop. Thank you. Someone's saying I have really good, my shorts are really good. I want to answer all your questions right now, everybody. So this is like an impromptu day. So let me do, before we keep going, let me do 5/4 one more time series. So I'm going to show you how to do some techniques through those chord changes. So let me turn that back on for a second. There's a lot of chord changes there. So what you do to play over difficult changes, you have to be able to make sure you change your scale. So look me up on Wikipedia. See, I was doing double time there. Then I started doing arpeggios. So for example, there's a lot of chord changes. So another thing, a technique you could use on 5/4 is actually using arpeggios. Let me try this next chorus like this. I'm going to try to do mostly arpeggios. So you get an idea how to practice this. Well, here we go. So I was hitting a lot of the sevens on top, but also what I was doing was, I'm not trying to hit the root every time you play, and also play an upper register. A lot of guitar players, when they start learning how to arpeggiate chords, they always start real low. They go like this. Okay, now let me look at some more questions. So actually, Alvin, I actually showed that earlier. So go to my website. You have to go to my Patreon and join that, or you have to actually go and pick up the lesson on my www.ronjacksonmusic.com. There, I have a bunch of lessons. You can learn all 8 scales of the major scale fingerings. Okay, you can buy the lesson, I think, for a couple of bucks. And I'm having a sale on my website, just so you know. Everything on my website, including this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, that's published by Hal Leonard and Acoustic Guitar Magazine, who I write for. Everything right now is 20% off on my website. You get an autographed copy. This book comes with video, tabs, everything. Take a look at this. It has tabs, and it comes with a video as well. And you learn all about chords and everything. And, and there's some great writers here. Look at this. So, have Adam Levy, Sean McGowan, all these great teachers, including myself, here to learn from this book. Okay, so go to my website. Everything is 20% off until, you should get it as soon as you can, because some of these books are right. Show you. And I have a few missing things here. Oh, also, if you're enjoying this, I'm also taking donations. just go to my Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. If you've learned something new today and you'd like to donate to me, it's not required, but if you'd like to, that would be great. It's www.paypal at Ron Jackson Music, Cash App, and Venmo. And also follow me everywhere. Follow me here if you're not, or subscribe to me here. And I'm, TikTok. I have a lot of people over there, and Facebook and Instagram. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Now, let me answer some more questions here. So, Alvin, I already showed those 8 scales. You should be able to do that in every key. Oh, thank you, BWG man, videos. Let me see. I'm a little stuck here. I'm trying to look at some of these comments. My computer's stuck, so let me see what's going on here. Just good. Melodic minor. Cool. Let me look at some of these comments because my computer just got stuck. Let me see the live chat. Oh. Okay, hold on. Let me see some of the live chat here. Good. From Brazil, thank you. Can other jazz guitar... Question, Yumir. My student. I have a student watching, Yumir. He's a great guitar player. And, he's like, I'm actually half Filipino, for people who don't know. And he's one of my Filipino brothers' students. And Yumir, yeah, I can tell when people can't play jazz. Because jazz is... Let's say you're playing a song. Let me pick another song. Okay, it's not stuck anymore. I'm so happy. So watch this. Let me pick another song, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Let me pick like a standard. Let me play let me do this song right here. I'm gonna pick The Days of Wine and Roses. I hope they have it here. Oh, let me see that. Days of Wine and Roses. I'm gonna pick a song for you guys. And I'm gonna play it like kind of medium up. Let's put it like what I'm going to do, everybody, is this. I want to play like someone who doesn't know how to play jazz. So let me start from the beginning. I want to make it a little bit faster. Here. But what happens is, what am I doing here? When someone's not playing jazz, they're actually just like F major scale over the